I'll speak a few words in French because we're in Montreal. Bonjour, bienvenue à Montréal. Le comité SWIFT et Aéroport de Montréal sont heureux de vous accueillir ici pour une des premières conférences en hybride, dans le fond, formule hybride virtuelle et présentielle. Thank you for being here in Montreal. ADM and the SWIFT committee is proud to have you here in the first hybrid conference we have since this crisis that hit us 2 years ago. I'm going to start for presenting Monsieur Philippe Rainville. Philippe Rainville has been President and Chief Executive Officer of ADM, Aéroport de Montréal, since January 2017. He joined ADM's management team 9 years earlier as Vice President, Finance and Administration and Chief Financial Officer. He was named Vice President, Airport Planning, Engineering and Terminal Maintenance in April 2014, responsible for development, construction, and maintenance of infrastructure projects, including the major expansion of the international sector completed in May 2016. His in-depth knowledge of the airport environment, the challenges associated with it, and the many aspects related to the management and organization as complex as ADM are valuable assets in ensuring the development and positioning of the two airport sites under his leadership. Mr. Rainville came to ADM team with a solid background in large companies such as Provigo, Pepsi Cola, Target International, a multinational manufacturer of hardwood and vinyl floor covering, and more specifically, Molson, where he held, this was the best job he told me, where he was held various senior management positions related to finance, strategic planning, and information and technology. Mr. Rainville sits on boards of directors of Aéroport de Montréal, Montréal International, and Fondation UQAM, Université du Québec à Montréal, and he's also active in several charities. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from McGill University in Montreal, a bachelor's degree in accounting sciences from the University of Québec à Montréal, and has been a member of the Ordre des comptables professionnels agréés du Québec since 1986. I'm proud to present my president, Mr. Philippe Rainville.
Merci, cher ami. Ever since I left Molson, I lost 35 pounds. Chicken wings and beer? No. All right. Dear colleagues and partners, on behalf of ADM, Aéroport de Montréal, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this edition of SWIFT Conference in Montreal. Montreal, the civil aviation capital of the world with ACI, ICAO, and ACI. This conference represents a golden opportunity to regroup and discuss practices, best practices, and would even go so far as to say, it's time to reinvent them. I'm delighted to welcome you to our beautiful city after a summer that was, let's face it, quite hectic. It was a summer marked by a dramatic increase in passenger traffic combined with a significant shortage of manpower. A summer that brought its share of challenges here at YOL, at other Canadian airports, and at most international airports around the world. The good news is that the past few months have been confirmed that our great airline industry is more vibrant and resilient than ever. There's a strong appetite for travel. Well, you're all here, right? The numbers are well ahead of expectations, and airports are expected to return to pre-pandemic levels of activity sooner than expected. COVID-19 has been difficult to all levels of the air transport sector. We were the first to stop at the very beginning of the crisis, and we were certainly the last to recover. But what a rebound. In most economic sectors, activity was able to adapt to the health constraints and successive waves of COVID. But we lagged behind for 2 long years. Disappointments followed one another. Hopes were slim. Today, passengers have returned, but restarting an entire industry that has been on life support for more than 24 months is no easy task. I don't want to go back too far. You know as well as I do the difficulties that the airports and other partners have faced in this prolonged crisis. UL was hit hard. Canada is an exception in the air transport world. There were few countries where major airports were not heavily subsidized during the crisis. In the United States, for example, the federal government released some $40 billion in emergency funds to support its major airports. By comparison, the same amount of support in Canada would have meant some $900 million for us at Aéroport de Montréal. $900 million is precisely the amount we added to our debt during the pandemic. Unfortunately, our infrastructure will suffer in the years to come. I have to note that the impacts of the pandemic were not all negative. It forced us to review our ways of doing things, to listen more to our employees, to encourage creativity in our teams, and to take better care of ourselves, our loved ones, and our passengers. One of the successes I want to highlight is the resilience of our operational and trades employees who had to report to work every day, while the majority of us, in pajamas, were safe at home. I was especially impressed by their dedication and initiative. At the height of the crisis, when ADM was almost literally throwing money out the window by maintaining a near-empty airport, the capital budget had to be drastically reduced and many projects postponed or suspended. Faced with this difficult situation, the executive of the Trade Employees Union met with the management team and proposed to carry out an in-house project to upgrade three boarding bridges for which some components were outdated. This work will save us approximately $600,000, extend the life of the boarding bridges by about 10 years, and has led to the development of a great deal of in-house expertise. Not to mention all the benefits, and that's the most important, all the benefits that our organization has gained in terms of team mobilization. This strong relationship of trust, established between management and the union and built over many years, has ultimately been a saving grace for our organization. It has prevented us from losing the expertise of our resources while enabling this group of employees to keep their jobs. Our employees are truly the most valuable asset, and this is what we more than discovered during the pandemic. In the darkest moments, our organization has been able to count on their dedication and loyalty. This is something to treasure, and it's extremely heartwarming as I'm looking back at everything we've been through together over the past few years. I'm sure that you have similar experiences that you can share with us. Looking back, those were great moments. At the same time, the pandemic has allowed us collectively to take the time to slow down and reflect. It has shown us the importance to take care of our well-being, but also that of future generations. For us, this has translated into a close assessment of the critical importance of sustainable development in our activities. We have taken advantage of the last few months to accelerate our shift in this regard. Thanks to hydropower, we have the best greenhouse gas emission record of any major Canadian airport. We are counting to update our plans to improve energy efficiency at our sites and significantly reduce GHGs. We all have ambitious goals, I'm sure, to reduce GHGs. We target to electrify 100% of light vehicles fleet by 2030 and increasing the energy efficiency of its buildings. We want to eliminate the use of all fossil fuels ASAP. We have already worked with our major airline partner, Air Canada, to install 4 season charging stations to recharge its fleet of electric baggage tractors. Our in-house teams innovated by installing the charging stations in such a way as to ensure a constant supply of power, making it easier to recharge the vehicles year-round. The project was carried out entirely in-house. This summer, we also initiated a pilot project to test the operation of biodiesel equipment. 2 farm tractors from our fleet of vehicles at YMX now run fully on biodiesel. This has reduced GHG's emissions by 8.7 tons, equivalent to 2 round trips flight from Montreal to Toronto. In closing, let me say a few words about the current situation here at Yule, our major international airport. Our teams kicked off the summer season with tremendous enthusiasm. This was wonderful to be able to welcome travelers again, to cash in some profits. We had been waiting for this moment for a long time. We felt ready. We had tested various scenarios based on the anticipated growth of passenger traffic to ensure a smooth and pleasant visit by travelers to our facilities. We knew that a fast rebound could mean additional delays for passengers. The first weeks of June went well. We could see that many airports had challenges, but we seemed to be avoiding them. Then, on June 16th, persistent thunderstorms came by to spoil things. To ensure the safety of our airside employees, we had to shut down airport operations for 4 hours. 4 hours. You know as well as I do that in an airport, that's an eternity. For an airport that deals with the worst of snowstorms, the vagaries of weather during the harsh winter season, and prides itself on being the airport that never closes, a shutdown is far from common. Passengers crammed into the terminal, several thousands of them. So did baggage. Under normal circumstances, we would have recovered these delays in 36 or maybe 48 hours. But in the post-pandemic reality, with shortage of labor, with operations slowing down due to a large number of new hires at our partners, and related impacts at other major hubs, it took a good week before we managed to recover. The damage had been done. Passengers and journalists let us know they were unhappy, and with good reasons. We had not been able to offer them a service that met their expectations. The weeks that followed were difficult ones as well. Today, I can say that things have improved significantly here at Yule, especially in terms of security wait times, flight cancellations, delays, and baggage delivery. Don't get me wrong, the situation is still fragile. Demand is high, and labor issues are not resolved. You only have to read a few articles in the newspapers to see that the airline industry is not alone in facing this. So given this new reality, we have to adjust. We have to multiply innovative projects to further automate the passenger journey. This will allow us to reduce bottlenecks and delays, and above all, enable us to redeploy our human resources to more value-added tasks. Labor shortages can be fixed, but will these thunderstorms be a new reality? It looks like climate change will make our work more complicated. Lightning alerts, ice storms will continue to occur. These episodes will be more frequent. Our industry will have to be ready to face them. The impact on operations and passenger satisfactions will be considerable. The airport industry is going through a period of profound transformation, and this is affecting all of us. Our ability to adapt and innovate is more essential than ever. This is why we're all here. I know that we're up to the challenge. Airports are no longer competing. We're all in this together. We all need to collaborate. We're counting on you to develop new solutions Let's be creative. Let's fight back. Thank you for your time. Have a good conference.
Just a small anecdote on Philippe's baggage. His baggage was lost for a month, so he got it back. Got it back after a few researches. So now it's time to introduce Thomas ROMIG. Thomas ROMIG joined Airport Council International ACI in November 2020 as Vice President, Safety, Security, and Operations. He heads up advocacy efforts, program areas related to airport operations, ranging from airside safety and capacity through to cargo, facilitation and security, and across into innovation and IT. Prior to this, he held a number of senior leadership positions at Geneva Airport in Switzerland, both in safety and then operations, were among his multiple functions. He was in charge of the development of the Airport Operations Center, a day-to-day management of airport operations, and all the master planning activities. Thomas. This is
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and see some familiar faces in the room. It's also a pleasure to be here in Montreal, which is actually the headquarters of Airports Council International, the organization I now work for, and actually to be here in person rather than being on a screen, which is what we tend to be a lot these days. Travel has picked up, and that's great, and that's actually why we're all here, is also to be able to keep supporting the recovery and the development of travel. I've got a presentation which has two parts to it. One is going to be talking about the recovery of traffic. I'm going to give you quite a few slides with charts and data and all that good stuff. And then I'm going to fly over some of the high priorities which have been identified by ACI as our advocacy positions and as some of the core topics we're looking at, in particular coming into the ICAO Assembly. The ICAO Assembly is going to be starting actually right now in 2 weeks' time here in Montreal, and is one of the most critical policy-making events within that organization. It's actually going to be setting out the strategic direction for the midterm and long-term policy and regulatory development on a state level. And of course, as airports, we're very much involved in, at least in as much as possible, formulating that policy. So let's get started. So we know that the impact on the industry has been far greater than any crisis that we have ever really been through. And it's given us, to a certain extent, a chance to think a little bit differently and to design the direction that the aviation industry should be going into in the future. And we just heard Philippe talking about some of the things that they've rethought and looked at here. We know that recovery is the topic that is on everybody's mind right now. And the problem is that the road to be able to get there is not always clear, and we've been trying to identify how we can actually define that road to a certain extent. So one of the interesting elements, as we look at how the pandemic really tore through the heart of aviation, is that airports really recorded a historic loss in traffic and in revenue through the last couple of years. A decline of 61% in passenger numbers in 2020 was recorded. That's 4.8 million, and 4.8 million direct jobs had been lost across the industry. That's a huge amount of loss, and we know, I'm sure all of you within your organizations and within your contacts know of people who have left the industry, either voluntarily or involuntarily. But that change also has a significant impact on how our industry works. And this is one of the things that we were addressing too. I'll be talking about it in a minute. We know that today, and let's say prior to the pandemic too, about 60% of aviation jobs are at airports, so take place at airports. Doesn't mean they work for the airport operator, but they take place on the airport's locations within the airport ecosystem. And so all these losses that we've had, those 4.8 million direct jobs which are lost, obviously has an impact not just on the airports, but on the local economies around the airports. And this is something that we need to be considering too. For the full year of 2021, the continued restrictions removed 4.6 billion passengers compared to 2019. That's a big number, 4.6 billion passengers. It represented 50.3% of global passenger traffic, again, compared to 2019. And over the first 2 years of the pandemic, the overall reduction in passengers at airports was of 10.2 billion passengers. So if you just think of those numbers, that's a lot of people who are not or were not flying. Now, what we're seeing, and what those of you who traveled to get here by airplane, you may have seen, is that a lot of those passengers, not 10.2 billion of them all in one go, but a lot of them are getting back into aircraft and flying, which creates other challenges for us as airport operators. So passenger traffic really vanished out of the airports, but airports had to continue to maintain asset-intensive infrastructures with high fixed costs. We just heard from Philippe about some of the challenges related to that. So if we look at the momentum which created the relaxing of travel restrictions and reopening of international borders in many of the European countries and in the Americas, it had a very positive and fairly immediate effect on the recovery of traffic. And you can see that in these graphs here. It also has exposed, to a certain extent, an uneven recovery as major aviation markets in the Asia-Pacific region in particular lag behind their Western counterparts. And in the summer months of 2022, we've seen that they are exceptionally strong. The traffic is coming back in a very rapid manner. It's almost like wrapping 3 summers into one, which obviously creates some challenges. That's the pent-up demand which is affecting the operational performance at airports. On the other hand, we can see that domestic markets also continue to show some strong recovery. They're only down by 18%, and that's the green line that you see on the right-hand side there. And so we see actually the domestic markets, in particular in the Americas, are higher. On the left-hand side chart, we can see the international traffic is picking up and gaining quite a lot of momentum, but still down about 30% compared to 2019. So 2019, the benchmark is the gray line at the top of that chart. So like I said, over the next few slides, I've got a little bit of data I'll share with you, but I'll go over it fairly quickly, just not to bore you with charts. And I hope that the people at the back over there, you've got some binoculars or something to be able to see some of these figures. So anyway, many country markets have actually made some pretty interesting headway in terms of the recovery, and they're exceeding or closing the gap on 2019. The red dotted line is the 2019 benchmark, which as an industry we've been looking at. And we can see some of the markets, Nigeria, Colombia, Mexico, that are at or beyond the 2019 benchmark. And many countries are actually building up to this. This is all data which we get directly from airport operators on a monthly basis. So it's continuously updated, and this was extracted just a few days ago. So what this graph actually shows us is that we have in some regions really some strong recovery. We have certain markets that were never interrupted. For example, Mexico, they never put any restrictions in. It was continuous traffic. There were no requirements to travel into or out of Mexico. And that was, well, other than filling a passenger locator form, that was actually fairly beneficial. And what we've seen is actually that's driving some of this growth within the market there. So if we dig a little bit deeper into the data, here's an example of 20 major airports that have exceeded or are reaching the 2019 levels. And what you'll see is that many of these airports are actually in the Americas region. So again, that red line is the 2019 level. And as an example, Istanbul, so is far beyond, obviously not in the Americas. But some of the other ones, Washington, D.C., or otherwise down Austin, Miami, and so on, are airports that are strongly recovering. And a lot of that is tied to both intra-US, so domestic market, and if you think back to the previous slide, as well as, let's say, some of the sun destinations to the south, where traffic is recovering faster. So when we look at the projected growth, and this is the interesting part, so we heard from Philippe RAINVILLE also that their expectation locally is that traffic will be recovering faster. Well, we've actually adjusted our forecasts a number of times, and overall what we see is under the current projection, global international traffic is going to reach the 2019 levels by the end of 23 and early 24. So it's not specific. We don't have a date or a time when that recovery will actually take place, because there's a lot of factors which need to be taken into consideration. But that's where we see the recovery coming, 23, end of 23, early 24. But if we look at this recovery, there's on one hand the cost of travel which is rising, and of course that has something to do with the input prices, with in particular fuel prices, which then of course means that aircraft operators, airlines need to increase their ticket prices. The rising interest rates also put brakes on the economies, so there's slightly less available cash to be able to buy or purchase tickets. And then there's heightened geopolitical tensions in Eastern Europe in particular, and I'd say general macroeconomic instability, which creates some of these downside risks in the near term. At the same time, what we do see is that many populations are actually sitting on fairly sizable piles of cash that they stocked up, cash savings that they stocked up during their holidays, during the pandemic. It wasn't quite holidays for everybody. And so, this means that people actually have some extra finance that they can spend for travel. And this is, to a certain extent, what we're seeing right now is people coming out of those restrictions and coming into what we've been sort of calling the vacation deprivation phase. You didn't have a vacation, a real vacation, other than kind of a staycation, I guess, for a period of time. And so people want to travel, want to get going. There's another nice term which I like, is the revenge traveler, who is now a new persona, a new profile that we have within airports. We categorize people in airports by personas, and this is a new one which our colleagues have come up with. So the revenge traveler, we see them in the airport quite often down here actually recently. So if we then go to a slightly longer term outlook, 2040, it's actually interesting to see that passenger traffic has actually, did double in 13 years. So that's an interesting thing to look at. Now, the dip that we've had over the past couple of years means that the next doubling of traffic is actually going to take us somewhere towards 20 years to be able to double again, of course starting with that 2019 baseline. So this dip really has given us a big kick, I'd say, in terms of where we were going. Now, if we look at domestic versus international traffic, we actually see that there is a distribution, or coming back to the distribution we had in 2019, won't occur until 2028, 29 again. And so that is really the match between domestic and international travel. We see that actually domestic is going to be, to a certain extent, higher for a long period of time until the international catches up again, and then international will keep growing. Now, another interesting chart, as I said, I've got lots of charts. If we look at the forecasted growth in a breakdown per region, it's very interesting to see that actually a lot of the growth is going to be in the Asia-Pacific region. And this is actually led primarily by major markets, being India, China, and to a certain extent some of the smaller ones like Indonesia and Japan, that are really driving some of that growth across that region there. If we look again at this chart, we've got Europe and North America, who still are pushing up and still, some significant growth, but they're more stable markets, they're more mature markets, and so the volumes that they're going to be bringing to the overall growth is not quite as extensive. this is a really interesting chart, and this one you definitely need goggles for. You need some good view to be able to see. So this is actually the top 5 country markets in a long-term forecast. So China and the US, the blue and the yellow lines at the top, will be holding the top 2 positions up to 2040. We see that with probably a flip over which will happen between the China and the US markets in let's say the mid-2030s more or less. And that's really with significant growth in the Chinese domestic market and stabilization of the US domestic market, which will be seeing that. Interestingly, we'll also see India's sustained growth is going to keep it in second place pretty much consistently, in third place pretty much consistently into the future. While we'll have in fourth, fifth and fifth place, we'll have a mix between the UK, Spain, Indonesia, and Japan, who are really going to be battling it out there. It's also interesting to note the up and then downfall of the Russian market, of course, due to global sanctions taking place right now. Cargo. Cargo is an important one. We can't forget cargo at airports. Has an interesting impact both in terms of operations, but also in terms of revenues. And so what I did here was just add one slide, and this is the last one I promise in terms of charts, on actually some of the projected growth that we see for cargo. So it's what's called compounded growth rate per region. So it's slightly complex, but basically what we're looking at is different sectors where in dark gray we see the time frame 2020-2022, so that's the current growth that we've seen. In slightly lighter gray, medium gray let's call it, we have 2020-2025 time frame, and then in the light gray we have a 2020 all the way up till 2040 time frame. And so what's interesting to note is really that the Middle East region has the largest overall growth in all of those timeframes. They're really pushing the limits in terms of cargo growth, and closely followed by Africa and then Latin America. And this again takes us all the way up until 2040. So this is where we look to be going. But overall, what we know, and it's not on this chart, but we've seen that cargo is going to keep growing more or less in direct correlation to passenger traffic, and this in particular is going to occur as international markets keep opening up, and as belly capacity comes back into routes that are reopened by aircraft operators. So those sectors which today have been somewhat limited, there's been a lot of transfer to full freight, that's going to come down a little bit, and we'll see actually an increase of freight coming back into belly cargo. So that's it for data. Now what I have is just a few more slides just to talk about some of the key priorities that we've seen coming out of the pandemic. So the challenges that we share as an industry are really transverse to our entire industry. They're complex, they're multidisciplinary, and require solutions which involve the whole ecosystem. And this is what we've been driving towards ACI, is really looking at the aviation ecosystem in its entirety. One of our big priorities right now is actually preparing, as I mentioned in the very beginning, for the 41st assembly of ICAO. So the assembly, which takes place at the end of September here in Montreal, actually is, as I was explaining, the main event where all of ICAO's policy making, all of ICAO's regulatory development for the next few years is going to be determined. And there's some key discussions which are going to be taking place there. Us as the airport organization, we have been taking some key advocacy areas to the table in this, ranging from aviation workforce through to long-term climate goals, and looking at the economics of airports, and I'll cover some of those in just the next few slides. So we know that in our business, the airport business, it's all about putting the passenger first, and then having a bit of cargo too, don't forget that. While the pandemic has really accelerated the digitalization and the implementation of touchless processes, within airports, it's also highlighted the importance of the human-to-human experiences and the transformation that we need within jobs within the airports to be able to maintain both that digitalization as well as the passenger experience. As aviation comes back and rebuilds and maintains the global connectivity, we need to embrace a forward-looking approach to match the passengers' expectations. And this is what we've been working across the aviation system at. From the airport operators, the airlines and ground handlers, to retailers and even, let's say, governmental agencies and other organizations at airports, we must come together really to form one community for the sustainability of the aviation system. And this, of course, is being a challenge right now due to the workforce issues that we have across the industry. The workforce issues, of course, are not global. They are somewhat regional, somewhat local, but we are seeing across the aviation system a significant shift, I'd say, in terms of workforce. The aviation industry really needs to come back together and rethink some of the existing approaches that are leveraged to recruit, to motivate, to train, to retain, to skill and upskill its workforce. And I think there's going to be some discussions on that in some of the future panels in this conference. It'd be interesting to hear what good advice you have too. But as travel continues to pick back up, we know that there are some growing pains that we're coming through. And some of these, of course, are due to the workforce challenges that we have. These disruptions to operations create, well, not a particularly good passenger experience. And when we think that the passenger still remains a key focus for us, we need to be able to manage that. It's also interesting to note that in the workforce challenge, it's not just our industry which is affected by this. It's many, many service industries which are affected by the lack of resources available. And so ACI, we've been doing our part in representing our members in advocacy. We're taking a working paper to ICAO, which has actually been signed off by all of the industry stakeholders on this challenge of workforce, looking at how and advocating to states on how we can be transforming the roles at airports, how we need to be focusing on upskilling, how we need to integrate technology and innovation, how we need to get states to support the workforce, get states to support industry in some of the key areas such as education and bringing in, for example, younger generations as we go forwards. And that's exactly this. The next point is another priority we have is to make sure that aviation remains attractive to those younger generations, to the new generations coming in, but also to the people who are in the industry today. We don't want people to be leaving, and we know that there is quite a high level of turnover. We know there is quite a high level of evolution there, but we have to really focus on how we can recruit and retain and invest in skilled talent. And one of the things we've been doing, again, at ACI is developing a cross-industry white paper, which is bringing together some guidance from multi-sectors, which will look at how, in a medium and longer term, we can do exactly this, bring in new generations, retain the existing staff at airports, and make sure that we have that level of capacity available for managing the demand. And this will be published in October, towards the end of October. Another key focus, of course, is Net Zero 2050. And in June 2021, ACI and all of our members agreed or committed, I would say, at a global level to reach net zero by 2050. Now, this is the first net zero commitment which was taken on an industry level. Following that, there was actually a little bit later in the year the ATAG, the Air Transport Action Group, who brings together all of the different industry stakeholders, committed to a long-term goal on an industry level But now what we need to do is actually focus on how we can actually achieve this. And we've been doing a lot of research which drives towards identifying the measures which are needed and the actions which can be taken to be able to achieve this long-term goal. For example, airports have already been doing their part through their own emissions control through the ACI Airports Carbon Accreditation Program, the ACA as we call it. There's now 402 airports who are members of that program and certified in their ongoing carbon reduction plans. And as an example of this too, the Swedish airport, Swedavia, they've got about 10 airports I think across Sweden, have actually already achieved net zero carbon emissions for all of their airports. That's pretty impressive really if you think about it. So reaching an agreement at ICAO level, an ambitious climate goal for international civil aviation in the upcoming assembly is actually one of our key targets, key objectives, and this is something we've been advocating for and of course are taking to the assembly. It's going to be also important that we have within that regulatory framework consistency of international policy frameworks and that we can drive towards getting the private sector investment that's going to be needed for the transition, energy transition, as that's actually going to be fairly costly. Airport charges, just to talk about that a little bit because it's an interesting topic. If we look to the future, we know that we, more or less, will be transporting across the aviation system about 19 billion passengers by 2040. That's a big number again. So if we think about that, we actually need to be able to build in some capacity to our aviation system. And we will need to actually not only build in that capacity from an infrastructure perspective, but of course from an efficiency and operational perspective. The thing is, from an airport side, today it actually will mean investing in the current infrastructure. And we heard again Philippe RAINVILLE talking about the investments that have been delayed with the pandemic. And so we're going to need to keep building up those investments and we're going to need to be building new infrastructure. And this, of course, is costly. Upgrading airport infrastructure also includes incorporating new technologies and the sustainable technologies which we need to be able to reach our long-term goals. But to facilitate this transition, the current framework on airport charges is actually not really adapted and it requires a complete rethink. And so ACI is taking this policy also to ICAO in the Assembly to really drive a modernization of the global policy frameworks on airport charges. And this is going to be one which incentivizes sustainability, efficiency, and investment in infrastructure and provides benefits to the traveling public. So that's one of the key, again, policy areas that we're looking at. And so finally, addressing climate change. We heard about it also in the introductory remarks made by the ADM CEO. The commitment that we have as an industry strives towards a net zero 2050 goal, which is fantastic. It's a big step in the right direction, we know that. But climate is still changing, and the evolution of the climate and the evolution which that then brings on us as airport operators and on the aviation system is still significant. We know that we're going to have more intense storms, we're going to have stronger winds, we're going to have more hot periods. Anybody who was in Europe during the summer felt some of that heat. We know that we're going to have more cold weather. I guess for Canada that's normal. I'm getting adapted to that over the past couple of years because it really does get cold here. But all this has a direct impact on the aviation system and on the operations and on the performance. And in the end, our capability or capacity to be able to deliver on what we need to be doing, which is transporting people and goods. So airports and all the stakeholders really need to collaborate to identify these risks and to prepare for some of the major shifts in climate change. And again, ACI is supporting members on doing this and taking this topic to ICAO to get change integrated into regulation as we go forwards. So in conclusion, aviation really is an ecosystem, and over the last few slides and the different elements I've brought, I've tried to paint a picture of how working together we can actually continue to do what we do best, which is transporting people and goods and delivering service to passengers to be able to reunite families, to be able to reunite loved ones across the globe. That's what we do best. So we've got a lot of work cut out for us. We have a lot of different topics that we're trying to cover and drive forwards. But by working together, we can really transform our industry, and we can transform these commitments that we've made into actual actions, which will be for the benefit of the traveling public and communities that we all serve. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Is it work? Okay, it's working now. We're a bit short in time, but I'd like to have a few questions from the crowd, and he's not leaving until we get at least one.
I might not have an answer for a question, though, but...
It's all right. Any questions from the crowd? I was just wondering, we didn't see the China market coming back up, and do you think it's going to be able to be back in the same numbers we had before COVID?
So what we do know is that the Chinese growth is somewhat limited for the moment. Of course, measures are still very strong in China in terms of COVID restrictions. What we see, though, is that the domestic market is still very strong in China. It's actually going to be supporting, or more or less at the same level as the US market in terms of volumes. There will actually be a switch over between the volume of traffic which is transported in China, passengers transported in China, and the US market. As the US market stabilizes, the Chinese market keeps growing towards the mid-2030s. And so yeah, I mean, that traffic is still rising for sure, but there's a big delay in terms of when it is rising. What we're seeing is the European markets and the Americas, North and South, are growing at a significant rate right now, and the Asian markets, in particular China and some of the other ones, are still somewhat limited, and that growth comes back a little bit later.
Thank you. Another question? I'm happy to throw that out.
It's like a rugby ball. It's good.
Yes, hi. Just something stuck to my eye in one of those charts concerning the international traffic. So the 30% from now and compared to 2019. So do you explain that notably with regards to the fact that the Asian markets are down, and in the future, do you expect whether it's Americas or other regions to maybe take a bigger place in the international market with regards to Asia Pacific, or
So
what are your thoughts on that?
Yep, I just seeing if I can get back to that. It was this one.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
So the international traffic is still remains down. So if you remember, 2019 was 61%. Sorry, 2020 was 61% down. Then we had 2021, which was 50.3% down compared to 2019, and here we're at 30%. So what we're seeing is that 20% growth, let's say between 21 and 22, is actually coming back, and we actually have a forecast which should bring us to the end of this year. I can't remember the figure exactly, but it should bring us up to about minus 35, sorry, the other way around, minus 25 or so. So we have some significant growth which is there, and of course if the Asian markets were to open, that figure would climb, or that figure would reduce, and we would have a higher rate of growth. Now, for the moment, those markets still remain somewhat limited, and in particular, let's say the Pacific traffic coming across from Asia across the Pacific to North America, to South America, is still very limited.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. I'm going to introduce Marie-Felicite, as well as chair of the Canadian Airfield Pavement Technology Group, CAPTG. MYRON THIESSEN is also the AIRFIELD Pavements and Standard Officer. Architecture and Engineering Services for the Department of National Defense. MYRON.
Thanks, Donald. So good morning, everybody, and as was already mentioned, welcome to SWIFT 2022. As Donald mentioned, I am currently the head of the Airfield Pavement Engineering Group with the Department of National Defense, but I am here today at this conference serving in my role as the chair of the Canadian Airfield Pavement Technical Group, which, if you don't know, we refer to it as CAPTG. So if you see that logo, that's what we're talking about here. And on behalf of CAPTG, I just want to say how excited we are to be here in Montreal, partnering with SWIFT once again to put on this conference. It's been a long-standing partnership between CAPTG and SWIFT, and obviously the last few years we have not been able to gather, but we're thrilled to be here again, here in Montreal to host and to put on this conference. Obviously the last few years have been tremendously difficult for everybody in the aviation industry. But we are really, really encouraged by how much support we've received over the last couple of years. As we started to plan this conference a year ago, we had no idea what kind of numbers really to expect. But quite literally, we've been blown away as CAPTG, and I think as SWIFT as a whole, by the number of people who have signed up for our events. Just an example of that, we as CAPTG hosted our annual workshop yesterday. I think when we started, we were probably looking at between 25, 30, 35 people is what we were expecting in person. But registration-wise, we were at around 80 people for yesterday, which is basically in line or even slightly larger than the numbers we had back in 2019. So we're obviously very thrilled about that. I think it's a testament to the content that we produce here at the conference as CAPTG, but also as SWIFT. So we're excited about that here for this year's event. With that in mind, I just wanted to quickly highlight some of the sessions that we as CAPTG will be hosting this week. To kick things off, later this morning we'll be hosting a general session on airfield pavement maintenance. The focus here will be on best practices and using the right maintenance technique for the job. And I know whether it's in my job with National Defense, pavement maintenance, construction is a huge issue. Big part of that is making sure we do the best repair at the right time to make sure we're using our money wisely. Second session we'll be hosting later today will be right after lunch, and it will be primarily focusing on airfield pavement evaluation, with presentations that are centered on proper pavement assessment, something that is critical to cost-effective management, planning, design, and construction. Our final two sessions of the week will be Thursday morning, with the first one on gravel runway evaluation and design, and the second on airfield pavement performance. Both of these sessions will have a few really interesting case studies that you won't want to miss. Finally, make sure you join us tomorrow afternoon for a joint session, jointly put on between CAPTG and SWIFT, focused on winter air operations and infrastructure. This session will feature some great information on aircraft de-icing facilities, both from an infrastructure perspective on the engineering side, but also from the operations perspective. So come on out to any one of these sessions for CAPTG, but also any one of the other great sessions that are here at SWIFT this week. They present a great learning opportunity and a chance to make contact with various experts within the industry. As you'll see this year, one thing different than in years past, there will be no concurrent presentation, so I think the really great thing about that is we actually get to see and maybe participate in some sessions that we wouldn't have in the past. So I'd certainly invite you, if you aren't pavements people per se, come check out a CAPTG workshop or a session. And if you're a pavements person, certainly go and check out some of the other operational and safety sessions that are put on by SWIFT. I think it's a great chance we have this year to do exactly that. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Donald. Thank you again, and have a great week here in Montreal.
Thank you, Myron. Thank you, Myron. We have the expo on the other side, which is open for most of the conference time. Don't forget to register at for the visit at the de-icing center for the recycling facility opportunity that you can visit here in Montreal, and also a few demonstrations we have close to the de-icing center. So you need to just scan the QR code at the entrance, and you should be able to put your name on the list, and we'll have traveling rounds. That's going to be, sorry for my English, traveling opportunities with buses to go to the de-icing center tomorrow. As we heard, the drinks are on the other side. So coffee, and we should have some alcoholic beverage at the end of the day. So you're invited to be with us. The thing that I forgot to mention this morning is to prepare that conference and the content of it. We need a committee, and it's not in my queue, but I'd like to have all the committee members that are here in the room to stand up, and we want to thank you guys. I know a few of them here. Please stand up. It takes our time to be here to prepare that conference, and thank you guys for helping make it work with AEG, who coordinated all that content here, and as the audio and video for Montreal. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything. It's time for our tribute video.
Still some uncertainty. You never know how things can change, and with the other issues, global issues that we're seeing, the cost of fuel has gone up for everybody. And
businesses can't afford those higher fares, as passengers can't, because inflation's affecting them personally. I worry about what that's going to affect with our industry.
I'm sure we'll see that in the ticket prices eventually. Going to have some long-term effects, I think.
But you do get a sense there's people now that are a little more pessimistic.
Still some processes, procedures, some screening, et cetera, that are still being carried out. So it's creating some challenges for airports across the country, as well as the staffing situation.
It's become much more difficult from our point of view, because we have less staff to do the same job we did in 2019.
We've learned the resiliency, and that's the positive outcome of the pandemic.
We obviously wouldn't want to see another pandemic like this. It did give us a chance to revisit how we do things, and gave us a chance to work a little differently.
We see more people applying to the jobs. We recruited about 160 people, so it's much better than it was a year ago.
You can always find silver linings and things.
You know, compared to a year ago, our numbers are definitely up. 2022 to versus 2021 so far, year to date, are close to 75% over.
We're close to 75% of passenger that we formerly had.
Now, I've always been optimistic about the future.
We're going to have to adapt and use some of this resiliency we learned from the pandemic.
We're resilient, so we'll always come back. People like to travel a lot, and we see that it's coming back.
I know Swift has spoken very highly of our staff when they do get to attend.
Swift has been the greatest conference.
Everybody from around the world is coming. There's a share of knowledge in that event that is something you won't see anywhere else.
I think people realize the value of meeting in person.
The people you meet face to face and you're talking, and usually come out of it smarter than when you went in.
We all know when you go to a conference, it's the offline conversation.
You have 200 people from the same field of expertise that you have. You can talk to them.
We can share our lessons learned.
Share your experiences.
You get to see every product that's out there.
You learn a lot from going there.
I've attended probably 10 or 12 Swift conferences, and I always got something out of it.
I definitely see value in building that team building internally, and networking with external partners in the industries.
If you don't learn something there, you weren't listening.
Throughout your year, it would take many flights, many traveling expenses, and you wouldn't have the same kind of information so fast. So Swift is relevant for that. That's the best conference to be into. I'm glad they arranged the video, because I made many bloopers when I did it. Any questions for the conference? Any other aspects you want to ask before we go on a short break? No? So it's coffee time, and we're back here For the next session, psychological safety, our people, chaired by me. Thank you very much. You guys. Just a quick note, there wasn't supposed to be a break before, so we're going to extend a bit our session. It's so much interesting, so we'll just do it. And we're going to shut the door so it's more silence for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald. Thank you.
All right, well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us here to share some information on psychological safety.
So recognizing that the topic may or may not be familiar to everybody in the room, we're going to start with a little bit of an engagement piece.
So what we really want to do is start with getting some of your experiences in relation to psychological safety, kind of getting a feel for the knowledge in the room.
Oh, where's the clicker? There we go.
All right.
All right, so normally we would ask you to put your phones away, but this time we want you to pull out your phones. And you're going to go to, got somebody there already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. So you're going to go open your browser on your phone and go to kahoot.it. So that's KAHOOT.it. In a minute, we're going to give you a game pin, and then you're going to put in your name, your first name, a nickname, conference friendly, of course. And how you're going to do it, how you're going to do the polls is you're going to choose the color and shape that matches your answer. It'll make sense once we get it up. So we'll have AV switch to the Kahoot screen if you would. And that way you'll be able to see the game pin. There we go. Do you want to hit
start?
It was started, but yeah, hit start, please. I believe actually the other screen. Oh, actually,
That's okay.
it's okay. It was started on the other one, but that's all right. This will work. Okay, classic, yeah. And then maybe close the other tab that it was open on. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Okay. There we go. All right, we got this. All right, your game pin is 269-2392. Okay, 269-2392. We'll be able to see in a second. There we go. We got someone in the room.
Right
on. Excellent. Okay, sorry, I got a frog in my throat here.
Now, you guys are awesome. This is good engagement.
Perfect. All the millennials are there. We're just waiting for.
Come on, baby boomers.
Excellent. Good. Okay, we're going to give about 1 more minute just to let everyone have that chance to get in. If you are not able to sign in the next minute, don't panic. You'll be absolutely able to follow along as we go. But this way, we'll just give everybody that chance to participate. I think we're getting there.
Yeah. Okay. So does my clicker work for next on this?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
As an experiment for all of us.
Or does he hit start?
Oh, I don't know what's going there. Okay, I think we're good. So let's go ahead and see.
Right.
Do you want to go ahead and hit start for us, please?
There we go.
Excellent. And we can turn up the volume a little bit. Okay, you guys ready?
Okay, this is the easy question.
It's anonymous, don't worry. Okay, first question.
So what age range are you in? Do you even know if you're a Gen Z, a Gen X, a millennial, or a baby boomer?
So date of birth years will let you know. All right, here come the answers. You only got about 30 seconds to respond, so we'll count it down as you go, but you should have enough time. Pretty close to everybody.
Yeah.
Awesome. You guys are good. I think that's everyone.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yay for the Gen Xers. Woo!
We also have a pretty good amount of millennials, a few baby boomers, and we've got one Gen Z in the room. We won't. All right. Okay, next question. There we go. Okay, question number 2. Out of the following option, what is your top concern as a people leader, or what do you believe the top concern of people leaders should be? Is it the pandemic, COVID-19? Is it employee mental health, cybersecurity, or labor and supply shortages? What do you think is top concern for employers right now?
Okay, we got 62 answers. We're getting there.
Okay, 4 more seconds, everybody. Click fast. Okay.
Wow.
We got pretty high on employee mental health. We got 1 for cyber, 1 for the pandemic, and then lots on labor shortages and supply shortages. All right.
All right, question number 3, please. How much are labor shortages impacting you at work? Is your work environment severely impacted, moderately impacted, not at all, or positively impacted? And this is question 3 out of 7, if you're wondering how long this test goes.
It's a pretty easy test.
My YVR friends are recognizing faces of coworkers up here. Yeah. Comms gave us the, here we go. Okay, sorry. No, it's me. Moderate impact. Okay, that's pretty good. So still some people are really worried about it, but moderately impacted. Okay, next question, please. Question 4.
All right, in your workplace, do you think that all workers would feel safe about voicing a concern or an issue? Yes, everyone, some workers, most workers, a very few number of workers. How safe do you think people feel voicing a concern or an issue that they've identified? I see some conferring going on. Group answer. All right, where did we end up? Okay, so we have most workers, some workers, about 6 people said a few, and then we had about 17 say yes, everyone, so good.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good one. Okay, next question, number 5. Okay, how important would you rate inclusion and belonging in your workplace? Do you think it's extremely important, very important, just important, or not important? Probably shouldn't have said just. That was a little bit opinionated, right? Yeah, nobody's going to pick yellow. Yeah. I'm not surprised to see those numbers, and you're definitely in the right session. So you guys are sort of on the same page as we are. It is important. All right, I think this is our last question.
What do we got? I don't know. No, we got 2 more.
Oh, 2 more, okay.
Okay, how did the pandemic impact you in terms of your stress and your mental health? Very negative impact, somewhat negative impact, no impact, or positive impact? How was your personal stress and mental health impacted?
Good.
All right, so most people are in the somewhat negative. We had a few that had no impact. That's fantastic. A few that were very negative and a few that were positive. So good, kind of across the board, but mostly somewhat.
Yeah, mostly somewhat. Okay. Yeah, last question this time, I promise. Okay, same question, but this time we're asking about the stress and mental health of either your staff or your coworkers. Very negatively impacted, somewhat negatively impacted, not impacted at all? And how did those introverts do working at home? Did they thrive? Was it a positive experience for them? Yeah, somewhat. I wonder if that's because we're all tired of hearing about the pandemic. It's possible, right?
All right, awesome. We'll just get AV to close us down. Perfect, bringing us back. Thank you.
Oh, it's me.
Yep, that's you.
That's me, okay. All righty. So what's the problem? What are the issues? Why do we need to talk about psychological health and safety? As I mentioned, I know everybody's already really sick and tired of talking about the pandemic, but the impacts on our business are absolutely indisputable. Amongst other things, the pandemic did force us to stop doing the things we normally do. The way we work changed. There were huge impacts to our kids and their school schedules. And how about those years of no barbecues and family gatherings. For 2 years, we stopped. And some of us were impacted by it, others were not. But we didn't go out for hockey games together anymore, concerts. For 2 years, that happened. Not to mention that some of us lost our jobs or experienced early retirement, and those of us who kept our jobs had double the workload. Plus, we missed out on accessing crucial industry knowledge from our peers that moved on.
And we know that across the board, it impacted mental health. In fact, when we look at the statistics, we see, sorry guys, I got a cover from. We see that about 45% of Canadians felt that their mental health had worsened as a result of the pandemic. We know that there was a 25% increase in people dealing with anxiety and a 17% increase in those dealing with depression. And 67%, 2/3 of people felt that their stress was significantly impacted over the last couple of years. But I think what's really interesting is that it didn't impact all of us the same way. So if we take a look at this is just COVID impacts in terms of mental health. We can see that Gen Z and millennials were much more impacted than other generations, like the X and the boomers. We can also take a look at stress levels in relation to how the pandemic impacted us. And this is just talking about behavior changes in relation to stress. And once again, we can see that the Gen Z and millennials were feeling it more than many of the other generations.
And I anticipate that most of you in this room experienced what Roy and I did in Calgary trying to manage an airfield during COVID. And that is the flights stopped, but the maintenance of the airfield didn't. The grass kept growing. The markings in the pavement still required attention, inspection, and maintenance. Birds and other wildlife became really established on our fields, and despite our best efforts otherwise. And let's not forget that suddenly our airfields became parking lots for aircraft. Wasn't that a fun one to manage? That added a next level of complexity to the work that we do. Additionally, many employees in aviation didn't return after layoffs. Some of them retired, some moved to other industries, and lots of our below-the-wing staff learned that they can earn better money in other jobs that didn't require that 24/7 operational demand. And there was a critical loss of industry knowledge and skills. And today we are still impacted by those losses, as are our customers.
And the not so good news is that it's not changing anytime soon. So if we look at the employment to job vacancy ratio, we can see that when we compare Q1 of 2020 to Q1 of 2022, it's down all across the country. Quebec and BC actually have the lowest numbers, but across the board, everyone is experiencing labor shortages. I want to share with you just some interesting information that came about. So this is an industry risk report where they talk to business leaders across the country, 1,500, and they just ask them, what are the things that keep you up at night? What most stresses you as an employer? And I think it's going to be really interesting because we're going to compare their responses to our responses in the room. So, survey says number one issue for these employers that were interviewed in around February, the pandemic. So perhaps because it was February or perhaps because we are still in that state of flux, number one concern was the pandemic. Number two, I think, was really interesting. Cybersecurity came up as second for this group. But number three, I think, is the one that is most relevant to what we're looking at today, and that is employee mental health. In fact, it's really interesting because prior to the pandemic, employee mental health had never even hit the top 5 in this survey, but it's already in the top 3. So I think part of that is the impact that the pandemic had, and part of it is that this is just becoming an issue that employers are more aware of. Number 4, we can all guess this one, labor shortages, and then number 5 was supply shortages.
So when working airside ops and maintenance in Calgary pre-COVID, we would establish an airfield equipment operator's competency through a combination of training, experience on the airfield, and exposure to tasks, equipment, and weather event. And for obvious reasons, on average, that took at least 1 year or 1 season to achieve. So it was really important that we hired well, trained well, and we had to ensure that these people were successful by making sure they had time on the airfield and they were exposed, appropriately exposed to the weather, the tasks, and the equipment. And this was critical to their success and the effectiveness of our operation. And once we had competent operators, retaining them was equally important. But pre-COVID, getting a job in an airfield was not necessarily an easy thing to do. Most of those jobs were desired and they were valued. And assuming an operator made it through that security process and got his or her rake, learned the airfield and got his or her AVOP, and managed through that first winter, these jobs often turned into careers. And the airside maintenance building lunchroom, the culture pre-COVID was generally a sense of, you're lucky to work here, sit down, watch, listen, and learn. And generally speaking, this was acceptable for the worker because of generational norms. Now, that's not to say that we didn't know that this generation was going to retire. We knew it was imminent, and we knew we were going to have to change our attraction and retention strategies, and we even started those conversations. But we thought we had time. We did not foresee the impacts of a global pandemic. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. So,
Clicking slowly today.
let's take a look at what is psychological safety. And I think even more important than what is why do we care about it and how do we integrate it into the work that we're doing. We can start with the definition in terms of psychological safety, and we can note that it is the belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. It's feeling safe in your work environment. And this isn't just academic. And it's not just about social etiquette, although of course that's great. It's really about enhancing overall business goals.
Yes, me. Sorry, thirsty. But to be successful in creating a psychologically safe work environment, we got to be inclusive of all communities. And in my opinion, this is more than just focusing solely on inclusion. It's about ensuring a sense of belonging for all people. So I'm speaking in generalities here, but many of us have been successful in dealing with issues associated with women entering industries that were traditionally male-dominated. And I think most of us have thriving multicultural environments. But if you haven't noticed on the horizon for us, and if you've addressed it, good for you, that's amazing. But our LGBTQ and Two-Spirit community has a loud voice now, socially. And all of these communities make a difference to our business success, and they all have contributions to offer.
And another group that we need to make sure we're really focusing on in terms of inclusion is millennials. 33% of our workforce right now is millennial, and that number is only going to increase in the coming years. But again, if we speak in generalities, many of us have noticed there are generational differences. Anyone notice generational differences? Yeah, absolutely. In general, we see things like millennials prefer flexibility in their work environment. They don't love the high stress and the long hours. They place a higher value on things like work-life balance. A millennial is more likely to interview a potential employer to determine if they're a good fit for them. And the kinds of things they're looking for in that interview, do you have things like mentorship and job growth opportunities? Those are the things they value. Monetary compensation doesn't mean as much as having the right fit for the job. Recognizing and valuing those generational differences is going to make a difference in how we design and redesign certain types of jobs. So for example, if you have someone who's retiring from a job that is high stress, lots of hours, even if it's got great pay, you're going to have a hard time attracting a next generational worker to fill that position. A lot of the employers that I'm working with right now are examining existing jobs and really working to find those strategies that are going to help them be successful in filling them with the next generation. Oh, Right. I was ready to back up. What we did pre-pandemic isn't necessarily what we can do post-pandemic. So anybody here ever heard of Brené Brown? A few in the room? All right, yeah, excellent. Brené Brown is one of the premier researchers in human emotions. And she not only researches emotions, but she also shares a lot on what those mean in terms of how humans behave and the things we do in our workplace. So she shares some fantastic insights in her Atlas of the Heart series, where she talks about why we want to focus on inclusion and why we want to ensure that there is not that exclusion in our workplaces. Oh, can we get sound?
That's really important. If you are holding a very hot cup of coffee and you spilt it on your hand, the pain centers that light up in your brain are the exact same pain centers that light up if you feel socially excluded, rejected, or isolated. We neurobiologically process emotional pain the same way that we process physical pain. We're emotional beings. And pain for us, as members of a social species, is being on the outside. That's...
Oh, sorry. She says that's real pain.
That's real pain.
That's real pain when you click too soon. Damn. See, she hurt her arm, so otherwise she would be in charge of clicking right now. Okay. So in understanding all of these aspects, I'm sure you can appreciate how important it is to your business success to keep those workers, especially after the time and energy it took for you to find them, hire them, and get them up to speed. So when I consider a return on investment in hiring an airfield worker, and if I determine that competency is an equation of training, experience on the airfield, and exposure to that equipment and those tasks and those weather events, I know it's going to take a minimum of a year to achieve. And in my experience, it will take up to 3 years before those workers are fully capable and able to be deployed by the supervisor into a variety of operational situations. Therefore, it's so important that we get this right. As I mentioned earlier, creating a sense of belonging is at the heart of all aspects of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Belonging is the key to retaining the talent stream that you work so hard to get up to speed, and therefore to your operational success. So what does this look like in your lunchroom? What does it look like on your airfield? What are the strategies you are putting into place to make sure that the people that you've hired and trained and got up to speed want to come to work and hopefully establish careers? What are you doing? It's an important question. And how do you do that while still respecting those legacy workers and the culture from which they established their airfield skills and knowledge? Because they matter too.
So let's get into the how. When we think about how we go about doing this, first and foremost is trust. There needs to be that sense of trust, but trust is something that exists between two individuals. So when we talk about trust in terms of a crew or a team or a work group, what we're really talking about is psychological safety. One of the main researchers in this field is Harvard professor Dr. Amy Edmondson. And what she shares is that psychological safety is really important to have that inclusive workplace and to have a safe workplace, but it alone is not enough. We also need to ensure that there is that strong sense of accountability. So in her research, you can see that on the left-hand side, she's got psychological safety, and across the bottom, she's got accountability, and she's put together 4 typical workplaces. If we start in the top left-hand corner, this is high levels of psychological safety, low levels of accountability. Everybody in this workplace is happy. We get along, it's great. But not much work is getting done, and your profit margins are likely very low, and your shareholders, if you have them, are not impressed. Bottom left-hand corner, this is kind of the worst of both worlds. This is your apathy zone. This is the place where people aren't happy, work's not getting done, production standards are low, and typically these organizations don't last long. Unfortunately, where a lot of organizations reside is in this bottom right-hand corner, high levels of accountability, but low levels of psychological safety. And in this kind of workplace, nobody's speaking up. Everybody's afraid of making a mistake. And when something does go wrong, everybody's pointing the fingers. This is the workplace where little things don't get solved until they become the big issues. And no one's having any fun in this kind of workplace, so if they have other options, they're going to take them. Where we're really striving to be is in this top left-hand corner. This is the learning zone. High levels of psychological safety, high levels of accountability. This is the healthy workplace culture where we have mutual respect, where we have an environment where we feel safe having those conversations. This is where the mechanic can talk to the operator about a specific issue that's been tagged and brought to his attention. This is where they feel safe and comfortable to have that conversation and figure out the issue.
So an example of this, one of the things that Roy and I did in Calgary was during the hiring of seasonal equipment operators. We created a new process to do that. So the structure of the hiring process itself was created by management, and all of the candidates were pre-vetted by HR, but it was the existing airfield equipment operators that both ran the process and made the hiring decisions. This created a sense of pride and ownership in the success of those new hires. The existing crew was vested because they, not management, chose the workers. Statistically, at the end of that season, we saw a 25% increase in the success of those hires comparative to previous seasons.
Much of the work that I do in consulting deals not just with psychological safety, but also psychological health and safety. The words sound incredibly similar, but they mean very different things. So psychological safety, as we talked about, is that sense of belonging, that sense of inclusion, and feeling safe in your work environment to address the issues that need to be addressed. But psychological health and safety is a little bit different. It is that workplace that promotes a worker's psychological well-being and actively works to prevent harm to that worker's psychological health. Employers that are working on psychological health and safety are looking much broader at the biggest risk factors in their environment in order to enable employees' mental health and make sure that employees are thriving and their businesses are successful. In essence, what they're looking at is all of the key components of an organization that influence and impact the employees in terms of physical, psychological, and social well-being. Now, as you can imagine, that's a pretty broad range of factors. In fact, we look at 13 psychosocial factors when we think about psychological health and safety, that broader picture. And if you look, psychological safety, that sense of feeling safe and belonging, is really one of those 13 psychosocial factors. An easier way that we can think about psychological safety is to look at some of the defining characteristics of a job environment. So these are the key things that are going to influence whether an employee feels stressed out or whether an employee is feeling very satisfied with the work that they're doing. So the 5 main ones, these are all going to seem like, yeah, that makes sense. Job demands. How much effort does our work take? How much does it take out of us? Job control. How much autonomy do we have in the work that we do? Reward. Do we get esteem from our work? Do we feel that sense of recognition for what we do? Fairness. We don't always agree with all of the decisions, sorry about that happen in our work environment, but we have to think that they're fair. And support. How much support do we get from our organizations in terms of resources, in terms of our supervisor, our coworker? Now, the interesting thing is that we can manipulate any one of these different job factors, and we can change how likely we are to be able to retain employees in those positions. The other interesting thing is that sometimes certain parts of this are non-negotiable. So, for example, if we have a weather event and we have an operator, their job demands are their job demands. We can't change that. But we can change some of the other factors. For example, how much control do they have in that? Do they have a lot of input into the process? How much support are they working as a team? What about on their days off? Are they always on standby, or do we actually give them days where they're not on call? Those are the ways we can manipulate these factors to make jobs more attractive to the next generation.
So another way that we can use those 5 defining characteristics to support the jobs that have high demand and low control is a voluntary mentorship program. But how do you get those seasoned individuals to share their knowledge? Well, the short answer is you can't. If somebody doesn't want to share their information, they're not going to, and that's okay. But a mentorship program can have self-identified individuals who want to help. Those people can be pointed out to the new hires as individuals that they can go to for tips and tricks. And this creates a learning interaction that is not forced. And for those who choose not to leave their knowledge behind, it is equally important that they don't feel judged for their decisions either. So creating that sense of belonging cannot be forced. It has to have room for all non-harmful perspectives.
All right, we wanted to end on a really positive note. So we wanted to share with you a really interesting finding from the World Happiness Report. Now, what these researchers have done is for over the last decade, they've taken a number of indicators and they've rated each country in the world in terms of happiness. And as you can imagine, over the course of the last couple of years in the pandemic, globally, happiness has gone down just a little. But the surprise finding was the increase in global benevolence. In other words, our pro-social types of behaviors, things like volunteer work, giving to charity, helping out strangers. And it makes a lot of sense because we as human beings are wired to engage in pro-social behavior when we are facing adversity, when we are trying to overcome things. It's the good part of who we are as people. And what they found, the real surprise finding that I think is really just wonderful, over the course of the pandemic, there was a 25% increase in pro-social and global benevolence.
And we can leverage the fact that pro-social behavior engages people and helps us cope. And we can take these opportunities to make business decisions that are within our control that align with the values of our employees. For example, I currently have an employee that deeply cares about the support that newly immigrated workers experience on YVR job sites. How we support these workers can vary, but understanding my employee and supporting her personal values and finding ways to integrate those into our work streams, I am hopeful that this will always maintain her to have a sense of belonging and overall increase her psychological health and safety in the workplace.
Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate that opportunity to share with you some insights into psychological safety and psychological health and safety. I hope that information's been useful in terms of enhancing existing job environments.
And without question, our industry is not the same as it was pre-COVID, but that does not mean we can't come out stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim and Susan. We're a bit late in the program, so we'll just take questions at the end if you don't mind. The subject is really interesting because I believe everyone in the room has the same issues for our employees and especially hiring them. That goes into the next phase of this presentation. We're going to talk about attraction. So Marie-Felicite joined ADM 10 years ago as and is Director Talent and Transformation at Aéroport de Montréal. She has been able to influence ADM's talent strategy by getting involved in projects related to organizational safety, strategy, leadership development, and talent management. Marie-Felicite is a client-oriented manager with a creative and engaging management style, standing out for ability to solve complex problems with diplomacy. I can assure you that. In 2021, Natasha joined ADM talent and transformation team as business partner, talent attraction and marketing strategy. She quickly became passionate about talent and very rapidly became involved in massive recruitment processes for positions affected by the labor shortage. Her approach to talent marketing is strategic and creative, and she immerses herself in the employer brand to find, attract, and keep talent to develop in our organization. Marie-Felicite and Natasha, welcome.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. Before starting, we just wanted to say to you that we feel extremely blessed to be participating in SWIFT. Today we'll be talking about the talent marketplace. The talent marketplace in Montreal, how we were able to attract and recruit new employees for the snow removal team during the relaunch of the activity since last year, how we reviewed our attractiveness. Then we'll talk about the employer brand and the employee value proposition, and we'll finish with the period of question.
Yeah, so it's going to resonate with the previous presentation because we're actually living, as mentioned, a huge talent shortage. These are just a few numbers that we managed to find. They might not be 100% exact, but many vacant positions here in Quebec. We're talking about over 150,000 vacant positions in the province alone. 25,000 of these positions are vacant in health and construction. For us at the airport, at Yule and YMX, it's mostly the construction industry that is in direct competition with our talent. And basically, most of you must know, if you've read on the talent shortage, that the reason why we're living this shortage, it's a gap between people going into retirement. There's more people going into retirement than new people coming into the job market. And Montreal has been more touched, maybe in a way, than other areas in North America, because we've been lucky enough to have a very strong economy over the last years. So the growth has been higher than expected, which means that the talent shortage is even more dramatic in Montreal. Maybe also we have a more aging population in Montreal. So we've been living this straight on. We don't anticipate things to calm down until 2030. So these are a few numbers for 2024, but we anticipate at least 7 more years of difficult market for talent. This is just to show that I think I'm getting older, but I don't think I've ever heard Montreal being the top city for employment ever. So I'd say in 40 years this has never happened, but this happened during the pandemic, that we came out as the strongest city in North America for offering jobs. So it's made the talent even harder for us. This is just to show you how busy we've been in recruiting. These are our numbers here at Yule on the positions that we've been attracting. So, you know, we only have above 500 employees, but I think we've had about 200 openings since the beginning of the year, with peaks in the spring, and now I don't have the August and September numbers here, but I think 2 weeks ago we had about 100 positions open. And it's just basically Natasha and me and José, who's not here because she's recruiting right now. So it's been a bit crazy, but we'll show you a bit what we've been doing. What, to my own surprise, everybody's going to want to hire my team, because we've been managing to, how do you say in English, combler? We've been filling our positions within 8 weeks. We haven't really dropped our filling rate at all compared to pre-pandemic. But the reason is we've changed our strategies, and this is what Natasha is going to explain. Thank you.
So if we go back a few years ago, we could receive hundreds of applications for each posting without taking any further step. Today, considering the context, the lack of candidate, and the competitiveness on the labor market, we have access to far fewer applications than before. So we had to take a step back. How to get more relevant application and how to keep them in the process. So attracting talent is becoming a key factor for companies to ensure their growth, their performance, and their brand image. But what is talent attraction? Talent attraction is the ability to find the right people for the business, whether we're targeting active or passive candidate. The talent attraction tools and tactics include employer branding, recruiting marketing, company culture, as well as benefits. I would say that talent attraction begins with a company ambition to create and convey a stimulating work environment and an employee management culture that will attract the best candidate. Of course, talent attraction is not a suit that can be worn by everyone without distinction, and the strategy and the tools must be adapted to suit the people that we are targeting. So an excellent way to convey our employer brand through our community, it's a career page. So there's a growing interest in viewing companies' page on Indeed, Glassdoor, or LinkedIn. People hear about the company and or about the organization and want to take the pulse. So in that sense, we made an agreement with LinkedIn to create a career page separate in two main categories, so professional and administrative, and the operation. What is very important is to keep them alive by posting new content and visual. This has been done with the collaboration of the communication, marketing, and social media team. So last year we had about 30 positions to fill in the snow removal team. We have attracted 700 candidates. First step is to know what is the candidate persona, and a candidate persona is the representation of an ideal candidate for the position. When we look at our people, we know that they are heavy equipment operators. They are proud to work in this field. They like big equipment. They work in the summer mainly in the construction field and roads transport, some in forestry or others on farm. They are looking for job stability and balance between work and family. And the way to reach them is through our people. So last year, a third of our position has been filled by the referral program. Otherwise, how to reach them? If you're looking for the next generation, a good way to reach them is on Facebook, on social media. In Montreal, there is a 30 Facebook group that where you can reach professionals in the industry. We act on two attraction actions. So the first was to promote the referral program, since our employees are our best ambassadors. The second is that we have sponsored our post on Facebook by emphasizing the pride of doing snow removal activity that have an impact on safety, and also the pride of a part of an organization that is recognized for its snow removal operation. Sorry. So this year we did things a little different. We tried to start recruiting in spring like our competitors do. We organized a job fair that was surrounded by several attraction actions that highlight our greatest asset, our people. The job fair was organized by our team of supervisors, our trainer, and a team leader who was very involved and passionate Thank you, Pascal. We made an internal campaign to promote our referral program again by asking our employees to share in their social media and to invite their friends and family to come and meet us. To promote the job fair in collaboration with the internal marketing team and a marketing firm, we made a sponsored Facebook advertisement where we put accent on job stability, mentioning that they can come back each year. So the snow removal equipment was out for the fair, and we had almost 100 of visitors. Many already knew someone that worked with us. We had given flyers with term and condition and testimonials of two of our employees. So communicating the voice of our employee, their passion, their dedication, and the employer brand was the key factor of the campaign. So what is an employer brand? So it's how an organization defines itself to attract and recruit potential candidates. This concept also includes the experience of internal employees. Employer branding alone is not enough. To be effective, it must be part of a package that includes equally important HR marketing concepts such as organizational culture and the employee value proposition. Our brand exists and is present. It's linked to our Yule and YMX brands, but it's less known on the Montreal talent marketplace. How to keep our employer brand alive? It's to keep the momentum by throughout the year with the opportunity to reinforce connection, encourage sharing through the referral programs, and communication that showcase employees. The brand must be also incorporated in onboarding materials so that the new employee feels connected to the culture right away. Our employees are critical in this effort. So Marie-Felicite will tell you about the employee experience that is sought in Quebec.
Yeah, so it will resonate with the previous presentation, which I found very enriching on psychological safety, because in Quebec, what candidates are looking for, number one, is work-life balance. So global psychological health safety is definitely in the work-life balance and what they're looking for. This is why expressing the way it is to live at work in your organization at Yule, at YMX, is really important. People will only apply if they really like what they hear or see about the experience of working in our working groups. Global compensation obviously is important, but it comes second. And then the rest is pretty, I think, standard. People are looking for challenges. They're looking to work in something they love, where they can express their talent and where they can make friends. So inclusiveness is also quite important, as said. And workplace flexibility, which is not only flexibility of schedule, but I think it goes also with psychological safety, being able to say when you need to take care of your family or you need help or support. So it's obviously also scheduling and all that. We launched Flexi Travail here at Yule and YMX, which has helped us a lot attract talent. That's it. I thought I was done, sorry. Well, yeah, I am done. So if you have questions.
Thank you, Marie-Felicite. Yeah, if you want to sit here, yeah, just for a few questions. Thank you, Marie-Fé and Natasha. Kim and Susan, if you can come back up here, if they're still here, are they? Yeah. We're going to have a few questions. It's an interesting subject, and again, we're facing that challenge every day now in most of industry and especially airports. Where's the cube? Is it back there? Oh, it's here. All right. So I need at least 2 questions. On health, on human resources, you have any questions? Come on. Anyone? You want the break? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna, so everyone can please share this.
10-4. There we go. Just a question on the referral program. Is that something then that you guys really promote within the organization? Is that something that, is there kind of when people get referred, do they kind of miss some of the, they kind of jump the queue kind of thing? Just how successful, like you said, a third of your people were done by referral. That's, that's something that we need to look at as well.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, our referral program, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're actually revamping it right now because it is quite successful. It's been successful throughout the years, and it's successful because there's an incentive. So people that refer someone that stays in the organization gets a financial incentive for the referral. So that helps. But I think there's a pride as well. Like, we've done many employee surveys, and one of the things that comes out strong at every survey is our employees are really proud to work at the airport. And so I think they're proud to refer family and friends to jobs at the airport. So both, it's not just the money. They have to be proud of what there is to offer. Otherwise, you don't usually refer friends to a job that you hate, right? So it kind of goes together. What we want to do now in relaunching, actually I'm waiting because my team is preparing something and I haven't seen it yet, but we want to give even more visibility to the program. So it's been there for a long time. Natasha, as you see, has a lot of talent in the marketing of HR, so I've asked her to bring that talent into the referral program and give it even more visibility in the organization. And it's not just for our seasonal workers, it works for really all our jobs. We get a good amount of good referrals to our jobs. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Actually, the financial compensation, that's good information as well. Like the whole package, but it's obviously a program that you have running, so. Excellent, Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
There was another question here in the front and one in the back. And it's gonna be the last 2 questions. Sorry for the compression of time, but we took a bit more time than we were supposed to.
Hi, recently hired in ADM YMX in purchasing. You spoke of ROI for the businesses, but what about ROI for the employees? Let me explain. When you go through the process of being hired, you also invest yourself in doing time, doing the looking around, and the ROI for the employee is long-term, career-wise. Have you guys ever thought of switching it around and following up with the employees on their ROI and how it's going as well?
Yeah, we did do that in Calgary as well. So one of the things that was equally as not successful but advantageous to us was at the end of an operator's first year on the field, we would bring them in and ask them what went right, what could have been different for you, and when we hire the new group of people in the fall, what should we do different that will make them successful? So without question, it has to be a mutually beneficial relationship. We want employees to be there. We want employees to have that level of job satisfaction. because if they win, we win. It's without question, it's a two-way street. And so a couple of good things with that process, that end of season process, was we gained some great information. And Mike, I think you did that. That was your initiative, wasn't it? The season debrief in Calgary. Yeah, Mike did it. We'll say Mike did it. But the point being is that we got great information and they felt heard. So they're like, oh, they actually care about us, because you know that first year in the job's pretty hard, right? Whether it's the first 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months, it's hard. And so if you feel heard, and then if you execute on it, that's the key as managers, is execute on it, it doesn't fall flat, then people realize that their opinion and their voice matters.
Thank you. There was a last question at the back.
Oh, geez, I can't throw that far.
Just throw it, yeah. No, you got to do it from there.
Close. So in the first presentation, there was mention of the increase in retirements as well as in the second. I'm just wondering if the ADM or Calgary have any experience with succession planning and how to keep younger employees engaged and prepared for kind of the upward mobility to, more advanced roles within the organization. Thanks.
I would really encourage that mentorship program that I mentioned. And Vancouver's actually doing something similar at the moment. There's a leadership mentorship program that's being rolled out by HR. The one that I was talking about was really when people come on the job, they don't necessarily want to ask questions or feel comfortable asking questions. And so if you can have people who are self-identified that are willing to train people how to do the job correctly, not those shortcuts that decrease your level of safety, that is one of the ways to transfer that knowledge. We're kind of late in the game now, is what I would say. So, making that part of your culture builds your resiliency if you're not just doing it because we've experienced that black swan event we never thought we would experience. So, like, truly investing in your culture and your people and your training and your HR. I mean, it's an ecosystem, right? We're all as successful as our teammates and members are. So that's what I would do, is recommend that you have that sort of, it's not just training, it's also about how do you develop that person professionally and then align them with their skill set and their professional desires. And what are you doing about that? And how are you doing that? And making that part of your culture.
I can maybe explain the journey we went through in the past, I'd say 7 years, over talent planning and helping new generations take on more responsibilities. It started like a very slow road. I think because we're very operational in the airport business, we don't think much ahead. We kind of think for the next season. So the first step we took is in the performance management. We started asking our employees what they wanted to do with their work, with their career, before we just evaluated their performance. So that was a soft step. I can say that in the first years, 2015, 2016, many employees and managers would say, oh no, I never answer those questions. I mean, what for, like, we're a small organization, what other job can I really do? So we were kind of wondering in HR why we were doing this, but we still did it. And then 2017, we started having talent reviews. So we started having discussions on the management teams, on the different talents, breaking down the silos between teams. So all of a sudden it was opening a horizon for people that they didn't have to stay in their team to move up and wait for their manager to retire to get an opportunity. They could go from IT to approvisionnement, procurement. They could go from procurement into construction if they had engineering background. And so mixing up the talent more, it started happening because we started at the VP level, they started discussing directors, then directors started discussing people underneath, and Donald was great because he brought his whole team of blue collars. Also, we did talent reviews for every single worker in the organization. It didn't mean that we were putting people into new jobs, but we were discussing what people were good at, what they liked to do. So we were really thinking on talent, and this we decided to develop people by giving them special projects. Because we've always offered a lot of training, a lot of money going into training programs, but as you know, we often learn much more on the job than going to a course somewhere. So all that helped us. Actually, the pandemic made us realize that it was useful to do this, because when everything happened and we had to let a third of our employees go, like I think most airports had to do, a lot of people had to take on new roles to replace the people that had left. And because there had already been that collegiality of sharing responsibilities and sharing what people's talents were, it helped us through the pandemic. And it also helped us keep our talent, the ones that we could keep. So they lost a job in parking, for example, but they gained a job in procurement, or et cetera. So it really built resiliency in the company. And today I must say that, you know, why we're filling our positions is because the difficult jobs to fill that require airport knowledge and good management skills are often filled from within, because we have that attitude now that culturally we give our own people a chance to move up or to move into new positions, things that they've never done before. So I think we're getting there, but it's a journey. It took us like 7 years, I'd say. And I mean, Donald, you've seen, did you see a difference? You've seen how we've evolved. But I say that's it. And a lot of people coming into our HR team, because 50% of our HR team is new in the past year. They look at us because we're a tiny organization compared to the big telecoms of this world, the Bells and the Rogers and all that. And they, you know, talent planning in those organizations is really mapping a job or a future job to someone, or like Bombardier, it's the same, you know, like they have hundreds of VP positions. So they map these jobs 5-10 years down the road. We can't do that. We don't have so many VP and director jobs and all that. But we really create talent pools of people that have, you know, maybe some talent for management, and then we open that talent to any management job, not just to in their specific area of expertise. Or so I don't know if this helps, but
yes, thank you. And the last two things. People get fulfilled when they get to the maintenance staff. It's hard. No. But anyway, we changed our name, and this is the last question for Marie-Fé, from Human Resources to Capital Humain.
Why we did that?
Why did we do that?
You want the short answer or the long answer?
The short answer, please.
Our president suggested it, so Philippe RAINVILLE that you met this morning. That's the short answer.
Yeah. Well, it's our capital. It's the people we have to invest in, and we put lots of money in.
Yeah,
so.
no, I was just teasing Donald,
Okay.
but it's true. But anyway, yeah, we really want to. I always say that in an airport, the only asset we really have is our people, because everything else is the federal government's asset, right? It's not our own asset. So really, it's just sending the message that we're investing in our people to get to the success we need to get. So capital humain is human capital. This is what our main asset is in the company.
Thank you. So we've extended a bit, but I think it was important to go through these two presentations, which are they were very good. Thank you, all of you, Marie-Fé, Natasha, Kim, and Susan. So now it's coffee break, the real one. Next session is CAPTG Airfield Pavement Maintenance with Dave Anderson. Thank you very much.
As an airfield executive, you must deliver safe operations as efficiently as possible. And as your operations grow in complexity, you continually seek technologies that help you maintain control while extracting maximum value from your airfield assets and processes. Moog, a global corporation with over 70 years of experience in military and commercial aerospace, has developed our digital airfield solutions offering specifically to support our airfield executive customers to achieve these goals. DAS integrates your existing airfield assets with new technologies to enable a step change in data insights and situational awareness. Today, DAS brings together FOD mitigation, pavement monitoring, bird detection, and drone surveillance, and this will grow to include more airfield assets in the future. We'd love to hear more about your airfield technology ambitions, so contact us today.
speakers with significant experience and knowledge in airfield pavement industry that will help us understand the best practices to be done at the best time for airfield maintenance practices. Every airport is faced with the dilemma to maintain airside pavements in good order for safe and efficient aircraft operation using the available budget. This session covers a number of types of pavement maintenance so that airport operators can make the decisions to prioritize pavement preservation needs, treatments, and projects, as well as rehabilitation projects. So this presentation will describe pavement practices and treatments for asphalt concrete and Portland cement concrete pavements. So first of all, we'll have, I'd like to thank the sponsor, Stantec, for this airfield pavement maintenance session. And I'd like to welcome Chris Olidis. Chris Olidis is a principal engineer with Applied Research Associates in Toronto. He has more than 35 years of experience in the design, evaluation, management of pavement-related infrastructure and extensive experience with pavement performance and life cycle cost models. And his topic is airfield pavement maintenance, when to apply. Chris?
Thanks, Dave. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully I have some entertaining information for you and won't bore the hell out of you. We have an issue. Genevieve, Andrew, somebody. There we go. I can only tap dance so much. Pavement maintenance needs. Now that we have this working, I'm going to talk to you about preventative maintenance. Using pavement management system to help you identify needs and project level planning for maintenance purposes. My pals Mike and Tim are going to talk to you about specific treatments, but I'm going to hopefully give you some interesting information on what you need to do to help select pavement sections that we want to spend time and money on to rehab. Some pavements last. I love showing this picture. That carried Roman legions through Europe. And sections of the Appia Way are still in use today. So, you know, we're looking at pavement here, paved surface that's over 2,000 years old, and it's still carrying traffic. Unfortunately, not all pavements last. I mean, this thing's pooched. They tried crack sealing at one time, but we can see there's a lot of fatigue cracking, a lot of damage here. So what's the difference between the two? Pavement maintenance. Nothing lasts forever. Quite often where we're designing pavement, we talk about 20-year design life, 40-year design life, but without maintenance, we'll never reach that, as an example, 20-year service life, even though the pavement has been designed for 20 years. We need to make sure that we're maintaining the pavement and we're keeping it in a state of good repair. Pavement maintenance, unlike aircraft where you may change out parts based on service hours in use, pavement is reactive. Our maintenance, once you see a defect, we start programming treatments to address that. Part of the planning and programming portion is to have a toolbox of preventative maintenance treatments that you can use to address problems, and my pals here will talk to you about that later. FAA has started their advisory circular with the following paragraph. Essentially, we want to ensure that our pavement can carry the loads, good ride quality for the safe operation of aircraft, and that's important because on a highway, we're looking for ride comfort for the passengers. In an airfield, we're looking to ensure that we're not inducing stress on struts by having rough pavement. We want good friction characteristics, and we want to minimize the potential of FOD. I like this definition from AASHTO about preventative maintenance. Largely, it's a planned strategy of treatments. And it gives you the opportunity to look forward to what you need to do to maintain the pavement, but ultimately we want to keep pavements in good repair. We want to fix a pavement when it's in good condition, not when it's totally roached and you can't drive traffic on it. I've showed this graph many times. It's in textbooks everywhere. Ultimately, if you can get a pavement while it's still in good condition, you can use preventative maintenance treatments. Costs are much cheaper. As you start going down the deterioration curve, you get into rehabilitation. When you really let the condition level get bad, you're looking at reconstruction. Significantly more costly than if we were doing preventative maintenance treatments. And an example of a preventative maintenance treatment is crack sealing. Sometimes it's controversial on the benefit of crack sealing, but if you can seal up that crack early on when it becomes apparent, you keep moisture out of the pavement section, you minimize freeze-thaw damage, and you get longer life, provided the crack sealant stays in place. Ideal candidate for crack sealing. It's a single crack, it meanders through. I'm a fan of routing the crack before you apply the sealant, but that's an ideal candidate. If you don't seal the crack, moisture gets in there, you have freeze-thaw damage, you've weakened the pavement section below the hot mix, and you're going to get deterioration of that pavement. So that started off as a single crack, now we're stuck with a multiple crack. Not necessarily a good candidate for crack sealing. This is something that you're looking maybe at a more advanced treatment, something like strip milling the crack. And when you get to something like this, that's way too much crack sealant in this section. And depending on where that is, as an example, if it's somewhere in the wheel path along the keel of a runway, you've now created a slick surface in wet conditions. You're going to have friction issues with something like that. But that probably shouldn't have been crack sealed like that. There were other treatments that we should have considered for it. What I'd like to talk about is preventative maintenance treatments, but you can't neglect emergency maintenance. This is unplanned treatments, and you know what? You're going to do whatever the hell you have to make it good, whether it's removing spalls, and if they're small enough, you can operate the airfield, or it may be large potholes that you have to fill in. It might be just a matter of throwing some cold patch in there for now, but it's largely a temporary treatment to make it safe until you can get back to that section and do a more permanent treatment. Pavement management systems, how can that help us in planning for pavement preservation treatments? Pavement management system, it's not going to give you the right answer. What it is, it's going to give you a number of answers. There's some what-if scenario systems you can do with the pavement management system, but what it is, it's a tool to help you in your decision-making process of what you want to do to maintain the pavement. And we'll talk about some of the benefits of pavement management. As part of the system, you need to know your inventory, what you want on that airfield, airside, your runways, your taxiways, your aprons, maintenance facilities, and we're talking about the hard surfaces. And you need to know the condition of your inventory. The benefit of pavement management, if you're using a computerized database with a mapping program, it helps you with storing the data and with reporting functions. And with pavement management systems, there's analysis programs where you can use the software to help you create budgets at a network level. You can look at different repair and maintenance strategies, and we'll talk about some of those. It's a circular process. You don't do it once and then forget about it. You need to do ongoing updating of the system in the pavement conditions. I believe the FAA says if you're using the paver software, you can do your condition inspections at least once every 3 years. If you're not using paver, it needs to be done on an annual basis. Family curves, a family deterioration curve is really just grouping airport sections of like pavements. So a runway would be a family. If you have concrete sections and asphalt sections, they would each be their own family because they'll perform differently. Similarly with taxiways and with aprons. And you can develop deterioration curves. Part of the thing with the software, and the examples I'll have is using the paver software, maintenance policies are essentially decision trees. So based on the distress you have and the severity of the distress, the decision trees will have treatments pre-selected for it. It's up to you as a decision maker to modify those decision trees or the maintenance policies. Distress identification is critical. You need to know what the damage is before you can fix it. But it's identifying the different damages and understanding the principal causes of the damages. Block cracking, as an example, is an age pavement. It's not load related, it's just, it's an age pavement where the bitumen has gotten harder and it no longer has that resiliency. Corner breaks and spalls are, at least spalls anyways, could be deleterious material that's gotten into the joint. A corner break would be because we've had loss of support. Transport Canada had guidelines, and they still have it, ERD 121 in the old AK series for pavement evaluation. I'm finding smaller airports may still be using them, but by far and large, the ASTM standard for PCI inspection has become the more popular inspection method, and it's an established set of guidelines and procedures for rating condition. Some of the distresses, you know, we've added in here where it's climate related, load related, or other. For some of these that are other, it could be material related, it could be construction related, but there's clearly a large number of distresses that you look at when you're doing a pavement inspection. On the left-hand side are the rigid pavement distresses, on the right-hand side are the flexible pavement distresses. When you do a PCI survey, the terminology paver uses network is your entire airside pavement. The branches will be the different facilities, runways, taxiways, aprons, and then sections will be portions of a runway or portions, and we really break it up into smaller, more meaningful sections that we can do inspections on. With the ASTM method, you don't need to do 100% of the area, but there's a formula so that you have a 90 or 95% reliability level, that the data you've collected is representative of the airfield. And then you have a PCI rating. So you're looking at the distress, the density of that distress, and the severity, and it's all deducted from a value of 100. These are the rutting deduct curves, and you can see for a low severity rut, you can have a very large quantity of rutting for a PCI of 70. However, when you look at high severity, and high severity is going to become a safety issue, water can no longer drain properly, it can actually catch water in the rut and create a hydroplaning issue. You can see it's a significantly smaller amount of rutting to get that same PCI level. So this is really just to give you an idea of the deduct values when you're doing the PCI inspection. Beauty of the pavement management system is to be able to create reports like this, where at a glance you can see the condition of your network. You can see where you have the good pavement, which is the dark green. We have some red pavement, which is absolutely failed at the bottom of the maintenance apron. However, if you're not using it for anything, who cares? Let it fail, it sits there, it might be just the storage area. But in here, it will allow you to program rehabilitation pavement maintenance based on the PCI inspection. So ideally, anything that's dark green is really brand new pavement. Anything that's the lighter green color, it's starting to collect some distresses, but when you get into the yellow, blue, and purple, there are areas that maybe you've bypassed the preventative maintenance stage and you now have to look at more expensive treatments to rehab the pavement. One of the things you can do with a pavement management system is develop deterioration curves. So essentially you would look at your data and it's all age versus PCI, and you would look at the family, whether it's a runway, flexible pavement, and you can develop deterioration curves. And what this can do is help you with some long-term planning, and this is all at a network level. Does the modeling make sense? It's, again, as the practitioner, you need to look at it and make sure, especially when you have a large amount of data, if it makes sense and it's good data. Maintenance policies are the decision trees. So you can see the distresses in here and the work type. So if you're using a pavement management system, this is where you would want to look at this distress and see if those are treatments that you would use at your facility. M&R costing, you can put cost values in here with those treatments, and based on all of that, you can come up with budgets for doing preventative maintenance improvements, rehab. Here you can see in this particular facility, you know, you've spent $500,000 or thereabout, and you can see the net improvement of your PCI from an 82 up to an 86. So you've had a PCI improvement, which is also a service life improvement, and that's what your cost has been, the treatments that you've used. Preventative maintenance pays off. Worst first is letting that pavement get roached before you come in and reconstruct it. It's expensive. It takes your facility out of service. Not the best way to do things. We found preventative maintenance, there's a cost benefit to it. You can do distress repairs, you know, a couple, depending on the nature of your distress, a couple mill and fill treatments before you have to come in and do a minor rehab rather than a major reconstruction project. And it will buy you a lot longer life than just going through the let it roach first and then reconstruct the thing. Other metrics you need to consider in planning your preventative maintenance program: coefficient of friction, pavement roughness. They're all things that may also drive the program for you. What do you do now? Pavement is complex. Your problems out there could be material related, they could be process related. By construction, I really meant thickness that was built. Did you build what was designed? You have loading issues, there are environmental issues. All of these can cause pavement distress, and it's understanding which mechanism has caused the distress will help you pick an appropriate treatment. You need to do that project level evaluation. You need to do that detailed design to determine the distress and the probable cause, and then you can come up with rehab needs. We're really looking to do the right treatment for the right pavement at the right time, and that could include coring and boreholes. If you're going to, just cautionary note, if you're going to do a borehole investigation, do not just put the cores in the boreholes in the shitty area that you have out there. You need to extend it to the good areas beyond the distress so that you can have a base of reference of why the bad area was bad. It could be a thickness area, and why the good area is good. Pavement strength, if you're going to come in with a rehab program, you need to evaluate the condition of the pavement and the strength of the pavement. Can it support your aircraft? I threw this in here because clearly you can see they've done a patch, and they didn't investigate what the cause of the problem was in the first place. So you've gone to the effort of putting a patch in, and the patch is destroyed because we really didn't investigate. So this is something that was more than just a patch to repair the area. The converse to that is when you're doing patches, there's nothing worse than only cutting out the visibly distressed area when you have fatigue cracking, but stopping it there and then finding you've put a patch in, and now everything around the patch a couple years later is cracking because you haven't addressed all of the fatigue damaged area. Pavement flexes under load. The goal here was to show that micro cracking will start at the outer edges, so that you need to make sure you cut that all out if you're going to do a deep patch to fix that. And at times, you may be doing an area that's 50% more than you expected based on what you see cracking on the surface. again, this is a bearing strength issue. So in this case, the high severity crack of mill and fill was still going to crack a couple years later. You haven't addressed the problem. I threw this in here because really you can have rutting for a couple reasons. A compression failure is, they probably parked too close to the edge of the facility and you didn't have the total pavement thickness in there, so that's a shear failure of the pavement. But the other one, the permanent deformation, I will guarantee you, that is a highway picture, but I will guarantee you 95% that's poor mix volumetrics in the asphalt mix. And I will guarantee you that has low air voids. If we come back, do forensic, do some testing, air voids will be very low. So essentially you've got that rutting, and in all likelihood you're going to get some bleeding into the wheel tracks. Not to be totally hot mix. Corner brakes, lack of support at the corner of a concrete pavement. Most would think that's loss of support because of the CTB deteriorating. However, concrete slabs will curl and warp depending on, and expand and contract depending on ambient temperatures of the day. When you have hot temperatures and hot sun beating down on it, the bottom of the slab's cold, you have a temperature variation, you're going to get curling and warping of the slab. Same with moisture conditions through the slab. So when you're looking at repairing a corner break, you want to make sure you're supporting the slab again, but don't just, without doing some cores, think that it might be a CTB issue. It may just be the thermal gradients through the slab. That small inset picture, ideal for doing a corner break repair, a full depth slab, or not slab replacement, but a full depth patch. The one, the main body of the picture, you can see they've tried to do some repair of the cracks, but there's a lot going on there. Airport pavement management system is a tool. It's not the solution. You're the decision maker. You need to look at the data it's spitting out to you and question the software. And this is where you want to make sure that you do your investigation, make sure you're putting the right treatment down to fix the right distress on that pavement. Just some reference documents, and this is some of the stuff Mike and Tim will be talking to you about with different maintenance treatments. The ACRP Synthesis 22, the one in the middle is an old study we did for transport back in 2000 or 2001. That's available on the CAPTG website, and then a couple other transports reference documents. And with that, any questions? You got one at the back there, Dave.
Thank you, Chris. So I have a question regarding the patching that you mentioned there about, we don't want to just repair what you visually see as cracks, and you want to go a little bit further, address the problem that may not have surfaced just yet. So the engineering me agree with you 100%, but how do you convince that to the CFOs of airports where they're saying that, well, this still works for the next 2 years, and why don't we make that cash flow better?
All you have to do is show them a picture of a patch that you've put in and all the cracking around it, and then explain to them how you have to come back and dig around your patch to fix the extra.
Thank you.
Well,
and if you need a picture, I can give you one.
I think we have time for 2 more questions here.
Thank you very much. One here. You show low air voids and rotting in one of your slides photograph. What's the time frame I'll expect if I have low air voids for that to show up on a runway or on a taxiway?
You know what? There's a couple things. You may get, if it wasn't properly compacted in the first place, you're going to get some secondary compaction when it gets trafficked, and you're gonna get some low severity rutting. And if it was just a compaction issue, chances are it may stabilize, and that's all you're gonna see. However, if it's poor air voids, it could happen within the first couple years, it could happen in 10 years, depending on the air voids in the as constructed mix. And I specifically call it the as constructed mix as opposed to the mix design, because sometimes they look real different.
Yeah, a quick question. Any new upcoming technologies to reduce airport impacts to airport operations when investigating or when doing inspections? So something that can go quickly and get maybe a good result.
I'm going to throw it to these guys because they may have some in their presentation. If not, we can talk about that afterwards. And I know there's some others here that may have some thoughts. I think Carl talked to us yesterday about using GPR to evaluate the density of the in-place material. So there are some things we can consider.
Okay, thanks.
MTO is looking at a system right now where they can do strength testing on the roadway at high speeds. Instead of having to use a falling weight deflectometer, they can actually drive it at the speed of a normal vehicle, and it's going to measure the strength of that roadway. So it's really for spring weight restrictions, but the same thing would be with the airport operations. You'll have a weaker system in the spring for your pavement structure. So that is something that's being looked at by Susan Ty, and I think it's Vimy Henderson's looking at that together to see if that can be done, and MTO is looking at doing the study fairly soon because they've asked us to be a part of the study.
Thanks for the plug, Tim, because we did the original RWD work.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please join me in thanking Chris for his presentation on airfield pavement. Thank you, Chris. Airfield pavement maintenance, when to apply. Okay, next we have Tim Smith, and he's going to do a presentation on the concrete, the treatment and repair of concrete pavement distresses. So Tim is the Senior Director with the Cement Association of Canada, responsible for providing technical expertise and promotional support to internal and external customers related to transportation and infrastructure projects. So welcome, Tim.
Thanks a lot, Dave.
And carry on.
So just this green button?
Yep.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. It's great to be here today. So we'll see. I'm going to try to start my watch here and see if I can stay within the time limit here. Stopwatch. You give me time? Okay. So let's start. So what I'm going to do today, actually this presentation, if I was to go over all the different types of repairs that you can do in the concrete pavement, this would be about a 2-hour presentation or more because there's a lot of different techniques that you can go over. So I'm going to give really an overview, and I'm going to identify a number of really good resources. We actually have a lot of really good consultants that are very good at doing this type of analysis and coming up with the solutions. So I'm going to look at the issues that from an airport operation that you're going to be considering. Look at preventive maintenance versus pavement preservation. I'm looking at pavement evaluation to determine the stresses and the causes of what's caused these distresses in the pavement. Look at at a pavement distress matrix on what various distresses there are and what various techniques are available to alleviate those. I'm going to have, I've actually contacted a number of different suppliers about patching, and a number of them came back to me with their products, so I'm going to identify those. And I'm also going to identify some of the information I received in sealers and crack repair material. And then I'll end up with telling you about a number of resources, and there will be a little URL at the end of the picture where you can actually download these resources for free. So when you're looking at airport operations, what are the key functional things that you're looking at? You want to look at the FOD that was just stated by Chris, that's very important. You don't want that foreign object debris on your runway, on your aprons, so that you're going to have potentially suck that up into the engine. So that's critical to your operations. You've got your friction, because you don't want to have any hydroplaning. You don't want a plane slipping off the end of the runway because you have good issues with your friction. I actually put the picture there. It's not as easy to see in a concrete pavement because the faulting will cause your profile issues. But here, this was heaving occurred in this asphalt runway. So you can see that profile is very important for the dynamic loading that's going to be on your plane as well. And then there's a lot of different distresses that can occur. So what are they? You've got the cracking, different types of cracking that can happen. There's various techniques to alleviate those. There's corner breaks, there's shattered panels that Chris already went over. You've got spalling is a potential issue because that's a potential issue for FOD. You've got roughness and polishing, and you get faulting. So there's a number of issues that you need to do, but the key things from your airport operation is the FOD, the friction, and the profile. So then, this was mentioned by Chris, there's preventive maintenance, but then there's pavement preservation. And this brand new concrete pavement preservation guide just came out in August this year, put out by the CP Tech Center. That's a concrete pavement technology center in Iowa. It's 280 pages, very detailed document that goes over all the types of issues that you can have with the pavement and looks at ways that you can repair those and evaluate those. Excellent document. The key thing is preventive maintenance is actually what can you do to minimize those potential problems becoming bigger problems. So you're going to go in and do repair to those small issues so they don't become big issues, big FOD potential, possible profile issues. Then there's also the pavement preservation. That's the long term. What can you do to extend that life of your pavement so that you don't have to go in and do a major reconstruction? What are things that you can do, such as dowel bar retrofitting when you have some issues with faulting, or doing some slab jacking to bring that slab back up and give it some support underneath of it? So what I want to look at is when you're doing an evaluation of the distresses, you've got to look at the distresses and then you've got to determine what the causes are. So I don't know if you're very familiar with the Transportation Research Board. There's the Aircraft Cooperative Research Program that they've developed, and they've produced a document, a field guide, called Airport Pavement Maintenance a Recommendation Tool. It's a really interesting tool that you can go in. It identifies, okay, collect as much information you can on the as-built drawings. How was the concrete built? Is it thick enough? Did it meet the thickness requirements you're supposed to? Do you want to do some non-destructive testing? You can do ground penetrating radar. You can do the heavyweight deflectometer readings. You can use the MIT scan if you think your dowel bars might be out of alignment. There's a lot of different material information out there that you can use, processes, to do some non-destructive testing, but maybe you might have to do some coring. If you're doing some, ground penetrating radar and you're looking at the coring, the thickness of the pavement, you might have to do some cores to correlate that thickness to the ground penetrating radar. Then you're going to identify the various types of distresses that are there. Do you have spalling? Do you have corner cracking? Do you have loss of support underneath the pavement, et cetera? So it'll go through, identifies that. It actually has tables in it that, depending on the amount of cracking that you have, depending on the conditions, environmental conditions, what climatic zone you're in actually, it will give you recommendations on things that you should do. So it's a very interesting guide to take a look at. Another thing is investigation. The best thing to do is go out and look at this. I know when I was working with Englobe, really enjoyed it when I get to go out with the young engineers at night. I know it would be 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning, go out and evaluating the concrete slabs, but it was a great experience to teach the young engineers about what you're looking for, but also to analyze what the condition of those slabs are and what might be causing those cracks that have occurred. So it's very, very important to do that. So you'll see this little picture here. That's supposed to be an isolation joint. But what they didn't do is they didn't bring the fiberboard all the way to the end. So there's going to be some concrete that's going to be, if that's supposed to be isolating something, the expansion joint, it's not going to be able to do that. And when I further investigated it, instead of it being full depth like it's supposed to be, it was only half depth. So it really didn't work at all. So when you go out and do an investigation, you can see these issues that might have been a construction issue. It had nothing to do with material in that case, but sometimes it is a material issue as well. Then if you can, the more information you can find out about the project, the better you are, so that you can actually look at what was done. Was it a contractor that had good experience? If they were, then maybe it is a material issue, not a construction issue. So it gives you an indication of what's happening with the job. So what are the causes then? Usually if you have an engineering firm that's very well-versed in designing pavements for airports, you shouldn't have a design issue. So that's probably not going to be your issue. But maybe the material wasn't tested for decracking or ASR. So is it an aggregate issue? Is it a mixed design issue? What supplementary cement materials are in your mixed design? Is there inadequate support? Are you building on a poor subgrade that should have been removed or should have been stabilized? So you have to look at all those issues. And construction, is it a contractor that knows what they're doing? Did they do a good job in their construction aspect? Did they finish it properly? Did they overwork the surface? If they overworked the surface or put some water on the surface and work that water into it, the area that you need the strongest concrete now has a very high water cement ratio, and it's going to be a weaker concrete, and you're going to get scaling for sure. And curing. I can't, and that's why I put it in red, I can't say how important it is with concrete curing. When you're doing an airport operation, your slip-form paver is probably going to be having a mix of about 0.4 water cement ratio. You need 0.25 water cement ratio to have complete hydration of the cement. So therefore, you don't have a whole lot of excess water. So you've got to keep that in there. If it's a hot, dry day with the wind blowing over the top, you've got to get that curing compound on right away, because if you don't, you're going to have some issues with the strength on the surface of that pavement. Another thing, you look here, you can see the top left of the picture, the joint faulting. Joint faulting is due to load transfer. You don't have good load transfer from one slab to another. And when you have that poor load transfer, over time you get movement of those slabs, and it'll pump the water, if there's water underneath, in the fines and move it. So you get a gap underneath that. So in this case here, you're probably into a rehab where you're going to do a diamond grinding into that, probably dowel bar retrofitting, and you're probably going to do some slab jacking because you've got some issues under there. So what you'll probably do a ground penetrating radar to determine if you do have gaps under there, and then have to jack those back up. But when you do that, you're going to extend the life of your pavement substantially, probably 10 to 15 years, because you've made it new. You've eliminated the issue of the load transfer, and you've eliminated the issue of poor support. So you've got now a very new type concrete pavement. Then you look at the spalling one. What was the spalling? Did they cut the joint too early? Did they not cure it properly? And as Chris was saying, maybe that spall is a lot worse than that. Maybe it's a delamination. And you have to do sound. That's one thing when I had the young engineers out there, we'd have a sounding hammer to test the areas where there was spalling and where we thought there was delamination, to identify the whole area, so that when a correction was made, we would make it to the whole area, not just what you see. So it's critical to do that type of evaluation when you're doing your concrete analysis. Now, I mentioned this guide earlier. Table 12.2 has a table that identifies the various distresses and their potential causes, and then it gives you some other helpful hints on it. So you can determine through your evaluation, your visual inspection, or if you have the new AIRFIELD systems that you can actually drive over your pavement and it collects the data at high speed, and then you can analyze that. That's great too, if you have that type of equipment available. But you can then classify your distresses and know what their causes are, because it's one thing to correct the mistake, the issue, but if you don't know what's causing it, it's going to come back again. It's like a crack. If you have a crack that's just occurred due to timing of saw cutting, is it a working crack or not? If it's not a working crack, routing and sealing is going to be enough. But if it's a working crack and it's going to start moving, and it has more chance for material to get down in it and cause some additional spalling, creating some FOD, then you need to possibly do some cross-stitching. So you have to understand what the causes and the problems are with your pavement to analyze it. The same document actually gives you a really good indication of if you have various types of issues. So if you're going to be doing a full depth repair, it tells you there's certain types of data that you need to collect to ensure that you can do a complete analysis on that project and know that a full depth repair will be the appropriate action to take. So it lays out each different type of distress and the various data that's needed. And if it's needed for sure, it'll tell you, or if it's advisable to have it, it'll tell you, and if it doesn't matter, it'll have a blank in the table. So ultimately what this does is gives you this distress table with your various types of treatments that you can utilize. So you can see that a corner break, there's a partial depth repair, there's a full depth repair, and there's cracked ceiling. All of them could work, but it all depends on where they are in the deterioration curve. So if it's just a minor crack, routing and sealing it, so to make sure that you don't get the water down. Or maybe you actually use a sealer that bonds it together and prevents it from being a crack anymore. Or maybe it's full, if it's more than 1/3 the depth of the slab, then you've got to do a full depth repair. But again, it's the evaluation done by your crew or the consulting firm that you hire. They'll be able to tell you what the best application is for the stage of the preventive maintenance or the rehab maintenance it's in. Now I thought I'd throw this in. This is from the unified, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Air Force, the Navy. They have one unified guide, and in it, it actually talks about it's not necessarily always the best thing when you have new construction to remove a crack or to remove a deficiency. Because sometimes you cause more damage ripping the material out, and what's going to be there in the end is going to be inferior to having just left that crack, possibly just routing and sealing it, asking for an extended warranty or whatever. You now have, you're not going to be creating a situation where you're requiring someone to remove something when it doesn't make sense to. Just be careful that way, because sometimes by correcting something, you can actually cause more problems than what you had before you corrected it. Now, I thought what I'd do is I got a hold of a bunch of suppliers to talk about patching materials and a few other things. And this is one I had never heard of before, Quickie Bond Polymers. Dave, who does a lot of stuff, he's actually used this a lot in bridge decks, and then he started utilizing it in airfield operations. It's an interesting product. It's a two-apply. You prepare the surface, you put the primer is applied, and then you put your material, your PPC TM, you put that to fill the rest of the area, and he's getting very good performance. So that's why I thought I'd get a hold of some different suppliers, see what their most recent information is, and present it here. So this is one. It tells you the various properties you can see. Opening the traffic to 1.5 to 3 hours. So a very interesting product. Good strength, 27.6 MPa in only 24 hours. The key thing in pavements, though, is your flexural strength. 5.5 MPa is fairly strong. That's a really strong concrete after only 24 hours. So that's impressive, because normally your designs are at 4.2 MPa or sometimes 5 MPa for your designs. So you're getting a stronger concrete in a very short period of time. So that's one. Then when I was looking in the internet, I found this Transpo Industries one. And they have what they call the T17 material. It's 100% polymer base. It's, they call it no mess, no odor, and no water required. It doesn't shrink at all, and it can be used extended by adding aggregates to it. So if you get a deeper repair, you can add the aggregates to it. It has cures completely in 1 hour, so it was quite impressive. And the strength, 34.54 MPa in 90 minutes. So that's another one you want to consider. Another thing I wanted to mention, I can't go backwards, but I put the contact name for the suppliers down in each one of these so that if you have any questions, you can contact them directly. Another one is MAPI Repair Materials. They actually have a couple of materials that they recommend on the airport side. And one is a one component, theirs is a one component instead of two component. The strength are a little bit lower. 1 hour it's only 17 MPa, but the temperature range is pretty good from 0 to -8. That's another thing that you have to look at. What's the environmental conditions that you're dealing with when you're doing these repairs? How low can you go in temperature? Because these repairs aren't always made in ideal conditions. So we know that. So you have to look at that. And then also, this material can be used between 12 and 50 millimeters. Then you can add aggregates to it to go up to 200 for the 18, but the 18 SE, you can only go up to 150. So it's two interesting products, a little bit stronger. The 18 ES actually has 24 MPa in 3 hours, so a little bit better strength than just the straight 18. Again, contact name there too. I think you're going to get a copy of the presentations, so you can you'll have this. you'll have the links, URLs for the documents I'm going to mention here shortly. Euclid Chemicals gave me 2 different products that they use for doing repairs. And you can see that strengths, again are very good, 35 MPa for both of them. Virtually no shrinkage in both of these as well. In the temperature range, you see this a little bit different. They need 2 to 29 degrees C. So theirs doesn't work as well at the lower temperatures as the other one we just looked at. It was good down to -8. This one's only good to +2 degrees C. Then the Sika has a number of different materials that they sent to me with a little bit of information on. They're all rapid set type things, higherly strengths. I didn't have the strength information on it, but you can see you can add aggregates to them as well. Different applications to be used, and see the patches on the picture that are very quick, easy to do. Then another thing I wanted to talk about is joint sealants. Now I didn't put Craftco because as Mike's got a presentation totally on that, so instead of highlighting him in my presentation too, he's going to be talking about his topic, his product. But I did put him in the joint sealant one. And in the joint sealant, so Craftco has 2 different sealants. The silicone sealant actually has a little bit longer life, the 10 years plus versus the 2 to 7 for the modified asphalt sealant. They're both jet fuel resistant. 2 minutes? Okay. So they're a good sealant. Then you've got Sika joints sealants as well. And again, I put the people's, and I get the 2-minute warning, so I've got to speed up a little bit here. So the Sika joint sealants are another one that you can get. There's also, Euclid has 1 joint sealant that they were promoting. It's a 2-stage, and some of these sealants are 1-stage and some are 2-stage sealants. And then MAPI has their 2-stage one. They put a primer down first, and then they use their sealant on top of that. They also have injection polyurethanes and epoxy injections to actually seal the cracks and structurally improve them. Then the Transpo also has a sealant that they can use to actually give structural strength to the crack, seals it permanently, and you don't have to reply anything. 1.7 MPa tensile stress strength in it. So the key thing I wanted to go over, because I'm almost out of my time, is these are the guides that I think you might be interested in looking at. The field guide by TRB. And each one of these, I've got the URL down for them. This concrete pavement preservation guide, 280 pages, fantastic document. Looks at all of these different types of repairs. The concrete pavement distress assessments and solutions. This is another guide by the CP Tech Center, which goes over all the different types of distresses, mortar flaking, dusting, all that type of stuff. It identifies those, goes through that. There's the FAA passer manual that looks at concrete pavement only. They also have one for doing the asphalt side. Very good document, breaks things down into surface defects, joints, pavement cracks, and pavement distortions. Excellent document to get. Again, the URL is down at the bottom. Another one too is rapid slab repair replacements, airfield pavements. Another really good one that you can take a look at on your own time. And I'm done. So pay attention to details.
Please join me in thanking Tim Smith for his presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do really appreciate the reference materials and the library that you've put together for us here. So certainly we will have the presentations uploaded to the CAPTG website at some point during the next few weeks. So for those that are interested, you'll be able to download the presentations along with any of the links to the reference documents. So I think in the interest of time, let's carry on without any questions here right now.
Thank you.
And then we'll kind of depending on how much time is left, and we can open up the floor for questions for both your presentation, Tim, and Mike's as well. So thank you, Tim. I'd like to introduce Mike Soucy. Mike Soucy is the sales representative from Craftco. Craftco delivers confidence through innovation, quality, and value since 1976, and pavement preservation products. have proven through long and short-term independent studies to extend the service life of pavement. So Mike has the pleasure of working with Craftco for 10 years as the Canadian area manager. And so Mike is going to talk to us on the subject, solutions for repairing small to large cracks. Mike?
Thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. Good to see you all in person again. If you noticed my bio picture, I had kind of some sick flow going on there. Had a gentleman's agreement with a buddy to grow out the COVID hair. I knew I lost when his went into a man bun, and I couldn't support that. My 2-year-old daughter was running by, giving me knuckles, saying, "Sick flow, bro." So we're back in the real world now, and you know, my hair is back to its normal form. So Tim and Chris kind of set the stage for me here, you know, talking about different types of pavement distresses in asphalt and concrete. And I want to talk to you guys today about some of the solutions for repairing small and large cracks in airport pavements using mastic type products. So our agenda today, we'll talk about, you know, typical airport repair methods that's happening in today's world, and then we'll talk briefly about what mastic materials are, how they're tested. Everybody's heard the terms before, but might not understand kind of how highly engineered these products are. We'll talk about the equipment used to apply them and common applications and where it's being used today. So saw, jack, and replace, that's probably your most predominant method to repair asphalt. Once the asphalt is removed, then you need a paver, you need rolling equipment, packing equipment, and it can be quite labor intensive. Also, after doing that repair, you're going to have joints on 4 different joints on each side and then on the ends, which is an avenue for water infiltration, providing that you don't seal them up. Mill and replace with HMA, another popular repair method. Chris was kind of alluding to using, rigid repair materials within a confined area. They're going to move at a different rates of each other, and you might end up with some unintended alligator cracking, and it might not be, it's a very widely used repair, but again, you're still having the outside diameter cracking that are not sealed, so you still have water infiltration. And then what is a mastic? Mastics are used for repair, preventative maintenance, and to increase safety. They also help to slow deterioration and restore pavement ride condition. Mastics are hot applied, they're pourable, they're aggregate filled. The ones we'll talk about today are black in color. They're polymer modified asphalt pavement repairs. And mastics are typically used for sealing, filling, and repairing many different distressed areas and both asphalt concrete and PCC pavements. These surfaces that are usually larger than those typically crack sealed, but smaller repairs that don't require full replacement patching procedures. When properly applied, mastics can form a well-bonded, flexible, durable, traffic-resistant repair. The general composition is asphaltic modified polymers mixed with select aggregates. So it's like here. And they are designed to provide mass stability, compression resistance to meet load requirements while still allowing the material to flow during the application process. Now that you guys have a basic understanding of what mastics are, we can look at some of these attributes. So prepackaged, easy to apply, There's no field proportioning required. Mastics are reheatable with a pot life of approximately 12 to 15 hours, which is similar to hot applied asphalt sealants. The materials are flowable, so once the material is heated, mixed, and dispensed, it finds all the voids and fills all the gaps within the distressed area. It's aggregate filled, so it lends mass and stability to the product to make it load-bearing resistant. And it's flexible, so the mastic moves with the pavement instead of struggling against it. There's no need to continue to see continued pavement deterioration because of a stiff repair that's working against the material. Mastic also works well in both temperature extremes. Bulkable, what I mean by that is some contractors have been known to use rock from their stone pile at their yard, and they fill the crack before they crack seal it. This is not recommended. Usually what happens is the rock will not accept the sealant binder, and because of that, you know, the rock is either too wet or it's dirty, and the repair really won't last that long. In a deep hole, what we find is that the foreign rock will settle to the bottom of the crack, and it'll leave the binder at the top. And then what that does is it will cause tracking across your pavement surface. So after years of research and field testing, we kind of understand that the binder has to properly fill the entire void. It has to coat the aggregate and adhere to the repair. The aggregate also has to be the proper gradation, and it needs to be clean and dry. And the entire mix has to stay in suspension while it's being blended. A lot of research goes into making sure that, you know, these products stay consistent and that they continue to meet ASTM specification D8260. Oops. Waterproof, so these materials are impermeable to water and air. There's no other products that can provide a waterproof repair, and this is very important since these products are being used to treat the pavements that are damaged as a result of water infiltration. So having a waterproof repair product is really imperative. They're highly adhesive, so they will bond to both asphalt and concrete. They offer rapid setup times, usually 30 minutes plus or minus. Could be longer, you know, depending on the thickness of the application or in higher temperature areas. So what that means is a reduction in runway closures and speedy repair time to get contractors off the runways. A voidless repair, so that means that there's no need for compaction or consolidation after the application, and there's no air or moisture that will be trapped inside the repair. And finally, mastics are resistant to de-icing chemicals, and again, they meet ASTM D8260. So the mastic on the left is a polymerized asphalt-based mastic. The one on the right is what we would call a gray mastic. Typically, they're polymerized resins used more effectively for spalls and pop-outs and stuff like that in concrete panels. There are two different types of the asphalt type mastics. Coarse blend, which you would normally use in, say, a pothole or a larger void, and then a fine blend as you get sort of closer to that 1.5 inch wide repair. So just a quick recap. Mastics offer the best option for defective areas that are too extensive for crack sealing. So we've kind of identified an area where, you know, repairs are going untreated. So they're too big to crack seal, but they don't warrant a full reconstruction. So there's a whole slew of, you know, repairs that, or sorry, distresses that these gentlemen have identified in the previous presentation. And mastics are a really good tool to help repair some of those ongoing issues. But yeah, the big takeaway here is that it's a voidless repair and there's no need for compaction. And also you see reduced crews and equipment compared to some of the other hot mix asphalt type repairs. The material is flexible, it's durable, we talked about that. So types of testing, some of the testing that's done is on the binder is, you know, very similar to what we do to hot applied sealants. your penetration, that's going to measure the solidarity of the asphalt binder. The softening point is going to determine the melting temperature of the sealant. So that test is usually a 3/8 diameter ball that sits on top of a small disc of material. When heated in water or glycerin, the ball drops through the material, and then the temperature is recorded to meet the minimum specification. A comb penetration, a higher penetration indicates a softer material. So this test is not a sole determination of which climate sealants should be used in, but it is a simple one measurement that should be combined with other testing to determine sealant's appropriateness for specific climates. And then we do a flow test. So to meet specification, material should not slide less than 3 millimeters and not more than 5. Less flow usually indicates better stability in high temperatures and lessens the likelihood of tracking on sealant tires. And then, of course, we do some aggregate testing as well with the different size and gradations. And then we also do resistance to abrasion testing on the aggregate. So types of equipment range from 1 ton skid-mounted units that can go into a pickup truck to 2-ton towable units, 3-ton units. These usually diesel-fired melters use indirect heat to heat the material so that it doesn't damage the binder and burn the polymers. So I don't know if this is going to play. Is there a way to play that video or no? Perfect. Great. So this is a video of some asphaltic mastic being mixed. You can see that the aggregate is being kept in suspension. Super important when applying these materials and heating these materials. Also, the machine that's being used is a oil-jacketed double boiler unit, so it uses diesel fire to heat up that red area on the outside of the tank. That's hot oil. So you're indirectly heating the material, which again protects the binder and the polymers from being burnt. And then once the material is heated to appropriate temperatures, mastic can be poured directly into the repaired area through a chute on the back of the machine. They can use drag boxes, they can use material handlers. When patching surface distressed areas, mastics must be applied at least 6 inches beyond the distressed area and onto sound pavement. So again, you could get some subsidiary cracking on the initial joint, and you want to take that repair product over top of those secondary cracking areas. This is a video of a drag box being used, so materials being heated and dispensed directly into a drag box. They kind of meandered around a lot of the crack there for a second, but you can just see the speed at which these materials can be laid. Really helpful for longitudinal joint, the seam separation repair. Material handlers, the mastic materials can't be heated directly from cold in these material applicators, but if there were areas, in pedestrian spots where you couldn't get the machine, you can drop the material after it's heated into these application buggies. They've got a propane-fired tank on the back. There's a lid and a hand agitator to help keep that material or the aggregate in suspension. Again, some more material handler pictures here. This is some gray mastic being put down. They've got some sort of a squeegee that is helping the material find the joint. And here's a video of the consistency on, this is a polymerized resin concrete partial depth repair product. You can see the consistency there. Most of these materials go down between 380 and 400 Fahrenheit. And types of applications. So wide, transverse, longitudinal joints and cracks, potholes, utility cuts, all of these are suitable applications for these materials. What we find is that the resin-based polymer products work better in concrete than the asphalt-based ones. And for the asphaltic-based mastics, anything larger than 1.5 inches is what you're looking for suitable repairs. Vince talked a lot yesterday about unraveled paving joints. Mastics are a really good opportunity to use for these. They don't allow water infiltration and debris to be put back into those unraveled joints, and they really will fill the void and waterproof those unraveled joints. So same with longitudinal cracks. Mastic repairs will waterproof transverse cracking and extend pavement life. And to what Chris was saying, the earlier in the pavement life, the better to make these repairs. You want to repair your good asphalt first and leave the heavy deteriorated stuff to reconstruction. And there's another video here, so will that play? Perfect. So by parking what we call a shoebox underneath the discharge gate, fill the shoebox, the workers will smooth the mastic along the road, and they can refill it and then take the material to the opposite side. This method enables a complete repair of the crack with just a few steps. There's no compaction, there's no consolidation required. Once he's laid the material, it's on to the next one. So I've got a little statement here at the bottom too. I mean, 2013, it's kind of arbitrary numbers now, but you can see the difference between a major crack repair using traditional methods, $45 a linear foot, compared to crack leveling at $5 a linear foot. So again, 2013 numbers, I'm sure they're not valid, but you can just see the difference in the two. Recessed thermal cracks, mastics fill the void to improve ride quality, especially on some of these wide thermal cracks. Potholes, I mean, depending on how many potholes you need to be repaired, it's important to assess whether mastic is the most cost-effective repair method for that. Also, I mean, depending on the time of year, it may be the only option available. In some areas in the north, where they might spray patch their potholes, it might be hard for them to find emulsions during those late seasons. So because mastic is a prepackaged, ready-to-go material, it might be a suitable option for later in the season. It does take a little bit more preparation than coal patch type materials, but a lot of agencies are to the point where they're willing to accept that extra prep time and the added cost for materials that last longer than that few months. Leveling pavement fixtures to stop trip hazards, that's a pretty popular repair that we see in pedestrian areas. Will those play? Maybe the first one, the left one? Perfect. So manholes is another, I guess you can play them all at once, that's fine. They're supposed to, so first they're blowing it out on the left. You can see all that sediment and debris. You really have to get rid of all that material. You can use a broom to get rid of some of that stubborn stuff. And then on the right-hand side, they're applying the mastic over the manhole covers. So the other addition to that is that you're covering that exposed lid, and that will help protect that manhole cover from the snowplows. Oh, now they play. Am I out of time? I'm not out of time. I'm out of time? Crazy. Okay, yeah, so joint failures are major issues, and mastics is just, one of those tools in the toolbox. I gotta breeze through here, but you can take the bump out of the road by leveling these distressed areas. Thermal cracking is really where this material is used the most. to extend, ride quality. The material can also be used as a surface pretreatment. So if you had areas of alligator cracking, you could use that as a surface pretreatment. It does help the surface treatments perform better if you fill all of those alligatored areas. Sunken edge joint repair, we see a lot of these on the transitions between concrete and asphalt. And then, I guess if I'm being kicked off, I can end here. I can end here on this slide. So we have some gray mastic on Vancouver Airport. This was installed in 2002. This picture is probably 2 years old. You can see on the top and the bottom, the joint seal material bonded, directly to the hot resin when it was installed. On the right-hand side of the picture, you can see a little bit of delamination. And I mean, at 20 years, if you have to come back and put, 4 inches of a hot applied asphalt sealant on there, I mean, I think the patch is doing pretty good. And I lied. This is the last slide, okay, Dave? So the other cool attribute of these products is that some of them you don't have to reform the joint after you install in spalled areas. So this is some repairs done at Pearson Airport on a de-icing pad, and you can see on the left-hand side when they edged out the repaired area, it actually affects all 4 panels. So that material will absorb the movement from all 4 panels, and should give a 10 to 15 year service life, more than 20 on some projects. So I have a few more slides, but I guess I'm being kicked off. Thank you for your courtesy, Dave.
Well, thank you very much. Mike, please join me in thanking Mike for his presentation.
Thanks, everyone.
I'd also like to thank all the other speakers, Chris and Tim, for the knowledge and experience that you have. And certainly I think Mike as well is that you're available for phone calls or for reaching out by email and to help us use some of these products in our airfield pavements. So I'd like to close by thanking the speakers and our sponsor Stantec for sponsoring this airfield pavement maintenance session, and that the next session after lunch will be airfield pavement and evaluation that's chaired by Benson Nugan. So thank you very much, and we can now close for lunch.
As an airfield executive, you must deliver safe operations as efficiently as possible. And as your operations grow in complexity, you continually seek technologies that help you maintain control while extracting maximum value from your airfield assets and processes. Moog, a global corporation with over 70 years of experience in military and commercial aerospace, has developed our digital airfield solutions offering specifically to support our airfield executive customers to achieve these goals. DAS integrates your existing airfield assets with new technologies to enable a step change in data insights and situational awareness. Today, DAS brings together FOD mitigation, pavement monitoring, bird detection, and drone surveillance, and this will grow to include more airfield assets in the future. We'd love to hear more about your airfield technology ambitions, so contact us today